Destroys our generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life. Looking for inspiration all the time. Looking for, looking for, looking for, looking for. Hey!
It was at this moment that he knew. He f***ed up. It was at this moment that he knew. He f***ed up.
Hey, welcome on in, everybody. Spline Design Studios Saturday coming at you. What was the deal with the two back-to-back at this moment? What's up with that? Good to know that those are working at least anyway. Kind of figured that cooldown, I guess it didn't kick in there. It's got a good 30-second cooldown on it. I might need to increase that possibly. I don't know if it played it twice or if it actually got queued twice. If that's the case, they'll definitely need to fix that. You don't want anybody to be able to spam those, that's for sure. Anyway, folks, so I got a little bit to show off, I guess, as far as for what we missed last week with what's going on with Texas there. I'd already mentioned whatever that we did have some things Torch made available to us. A little bit more on top of that, I guess, as far as besides what was missed last week. So I'm going to be covering that here, I guess, as far as for the first half of the stream. For the most part, I hope everybody's having a good Saturday. Kind of yucky weather out right now. It's kind of a sloppy snow, rain type of crap. No ice, so that's good. That's definitely good. Oh, you wanted to get it at the time I came out. Oh, I got you. So it was all about the timing. I do feel the cooldown for that needs to be. It was supposed to be a 30-second. So the fact that there was definitely less than 30 seconds, I feel. But anyway, I see what you're trying to do there, trucking guy. Welcome on in. Lady Death coming on in. Morning? You mean morning? Oh, maybe for you it is. Yeah. It's kind of late afternoon here, I guess, for us. But yeah. You're a little bit behind us, so yeah, I guess that's probably fair. Welcome in. Kersley also coming on in. A couple hours ago, yeah, that's fair. I got you, Lady. 4:10, so yeah, you're about an hour behind me, trucking guy. Try to get these things going on time here. Lots of stuff to show off here, like I said. We still got some things to finish up. To show off, I guess, as far as what the LaCrosse Fairgrounds Speedway that Racer James started, we're assisting him on, and also this the Texas here. So I'm just still getting some things loaded up here. Bear with me, I guess, as far as while I get things settled out. Right, yeah. I always forget about that sometimes, Lady Death, that you're a little bit further behind. You're enjoying Mon-Kazoo? What's Mon-Kazoo? You mean Monbazu? Monbazu? I've been playing a lot of that too. Yeah, so the fact that you mentioned the Sugar Shack. I do got the Sugar Shack, but I haven't quite figured out. Maybe you can give some insight there, trucking guy, I guess, as far as how to get the syrup out there. It keeps telling me it's too cold, even though I do have the fire going in the burner. So that's been my only trouble, I guess, as far as with that. Yeah, so we're playing a little bit of games here, but yeah, Monbazoo, for anybody that doesn't know, it's in fact, you call it Kazoo, that's pretty funny. What time am I trying? I don't know. I guess that's it. I always, when you go into that thing, it always says it's 5 degrees Celsius. I don't know if that's supposed to change at some time. I don't know. But it's been like any time of the day. Doesn't matter if it's at night or even in the morning or during the day. It always says it's too cold. It's like, what the heck? I got all my trees tapped, you know, with the tubing and all that good stuff. I had to use one of those tubing posts, I guess, to get it to the actual vacuum on the Sugar Shack. But that took a little bit of figuring out. Yeah, that game is that's definitely a time killer, that's for sure. Just figuring out the Sugar Shack stuff like that, it probably took me like 3 hours. And I still can't get any darn syrup. What the heck? I want to not have to wait until the gas station opens up to be able to get my maple syrup. Also to be able to sell it. Do you play this game on PC? Which game? Kersley? 11 p.m. for you? Okay. Oh yeah, we're just all over the place, aren't we? The game we're talking about is on PC, yeah. It's on Steam. But also this game here for NASCAR Racing 2003 that I'm getting things set up here for. Also on the PC. No, I do run the generator. You can't run the Sugar Shack without the generator. It tells you home generator is not running or whatever. So you have to do that regardless. So I definitely do have that as well. And yeah, the only thing it keeps telling me is it's too cold. It's like, what the heck? Got the fire going. You start that with the paper and the firewood and light it with the map torch. Get the fire going in the burner, and it's like it still says it's too cold. It's like, what the heck? And that little gauge that's on the stove itself, it actually climbs. So, and I've done and saved it, got out of it, came back in, and it still tells me the same thing. So I don't know if mine's just broken or what the heck's the deal. But other than that, that's the only problem I've been having with Mon Bazoo so far. Super funny game there too. If you're looking for something that's fun to play, it's kind of along the same lines as My Summer Car, but there's a little bit different twist. You got to make maple syrup, and you need either just to maintain yourself your hydration and also be able to sell it. But also you got to fix your car up so you can race it and make money. Much the same as My Summer Car, so it's kind of there's some parodies with that. Can't find it on Steam. As far as Mon Bazoo, is that what you're talking about? Mon Bazoo that we're talking about is oh yeah, My Summer Car is a weird game, but it's a funny weird game. Let's see. You can hit B in cars for different cams. Yes, I did know that. Oh, you're talking about the NASCAR game. If you want to get the NASCAR game, it is totally free. It's not on Steam. So just to kind of clarify, it is available, the full install, and there's a little bit of a step process there that you got to do if you want to get all the mods to be able to run, especially what we're running currently that we usually showcase on the stream. There's a step pattern that you got to do, I guess, as far as to get the patch, get the Project Wildfire mods, and then from there. It's pretty well laid out on our own site as far as the Spline Design Studios. Exclamation point enter 2003. I do have that in the title as well, just in case anybody else wants to know. That will take you to the page. There's the link. Like I said, that's also on the other information tab on the website. In fact, I do have some things to mention, I guess, about the Spline Design site. Let's bring this up here real quick. So, if it hasn't been recognized yet, the menu update that Racer James put together, the latest update for the menu, if you want to get that, that's 100% available on the website. Feel free to download that. But on the other information tab, that's the same link that it is posted with the command in the chat. You can go here. This is the same page. And what this does is it'll give you got the download link, and as far as for the full game install. Okay, so that's completely free. Then you need to download the patch, install the patch, and then from there you can do all the Project Wildfire mods in sequence. That's the other word I was looking for. So in sequence. Download these, install these each individually. Once you get that done, anything that you want to, as far as mods or tracks that you want to install after all that's done, then all those will work properly. But everything is available on this one page as far as to be able to acquire Enter 2003 onto your PC. You can install it wherever you like it. Just, obviously you'd want to make sure you recall where you install it, because when you want pretty much anything that you install in the form of mods or tracks, you'll need to know where that directory is. You need to know where that directory is so you know where to put them. So that's about the only thing to it. And if any other time if there's any questions about how the installs goes, if something's not working, always feel free to let somebody know, and we can always try to help. Yes, the game is totally free. Yep, nothing to pay for. So any of these links that are on this page, all completely free. It does have a README when you download the full game install. In that folder, there'll be instructions in there. It'll pretty much the same thing that I've already just explained verbally. It'll run you down, I guess, as far as what you need to do. It already has basically a key already included with it. That's kind of a generic key that's used for that particular install. So be sure to plug that in to make sure that it'll install correctly. Like I said, there's instructions with this download, I guess, as far as for the full game install. So yes, sir. What's my average frame rates? It depends on which game. It actually depends on which game. So like Enter 2003 with the settings that I got on there, in a full thing with a full field of cars starting from the back, we're getting 60, 70 frames. And it'll fluctuate depending on what's going on with accidents and crashes and whatever. Other games like Wreckfest, whatever, about the same with the full field of cars. So I would have to say, on average, probably about 60 to 70 frames. Well, with graphics pretty much to like maxed out. A lot of other games that I played too, like Farm Sim, pretty much the same. Especially if I take the frame rate limiter, I guess, off of Farm Sim, I can get pretty close to 100 frames, which is pretty decent on this gaming PC, at least anyway. And that's, like I said, with most graphics, I guess, as far as pretty much maxed out. For you, it's low 60s? Holy smokes, how did it get so warm? We're in the 40s, I think, right now. But it's very rainy, it's wet, cold. It's not a good time. Low 60. Oh, on my frame rate. So I got you. I thought we were talking weather. My bad. Yeah. So it's been low 60s, I guess, as far as with testing out the Texas track with the full thing. So Lady Death is paying attention there too. So it's anywhere from like 50s, 60s, 70s. It just depends on where you're at, what's going on. Which I think is pretty dang decent, considering how much detail we have in such tracks and mods like that. That latest 22 mod, the NASCAR Cup Series mod by Full Circle Racing Designs, is pretty detailed. Very well optimized too. I did get a chance too, and hopefully I'll get a chance to show that. I do have Spline Design's scheme, I guess, as far as for the 22 mod, so hopefully we'll be able to see that. Get to that. So anyway, again, if there's any other questions, I guess, about the installation of the game or how the mods work or anything like that, feel free to ask. That's the kind of way we do this on Saturdays. Yeah, definitely make sure you do the full game and then the patch. Like I said, there's a README in with that. When you download the full game install, it'll give you a rundown. So make sure you do the patch first, that 1.2.01. That's also available on that page. If you don't do the patch first and try to install the mods, it's not going to work. So you got to make sure you do the patch first before you do those installation of the mods. Also on that page, that Project Wildfire page. Okay. So, okay, Max is loaded up. Bring that over here. Your temperature's around -2. Yeah, that's gross. Yeah, hopefully you're staying warm. The human eye can only see... Actually, that's not 100% true. The human eye can't see much past around 32 frames. So, the average human eye can't see much past 32 frames. So anything above 32 frames is always good. That's for sure. But, that's somewhat true there. Not that it can only see 60 frames, but definitely if you're at 60 frames, the average human eye ain't gonna be able to tell the difference. And I hear people all the time as far as that average, like over 100 frames, and they say if it goes down 10 frames, it's like, they notice it, like baloney. I call baloney. be 60 on Tuesday. Yeah. Mother Nature's not been happy, that's for sure, lately. Getting more light, too. How many hours of light do we got now, Lady Death, over there? Posty 25 here. I think we hit 40 today, I think. I went out this morning, it was chilly. It's definitely rainy, wet, and cold. Yeah, we're not getting that warm here, Torch, that's for sure. Maybe for you, but that's definitely not for us. Not that quite that warm. You got about 9 hours? Oh, well, yeah, that's better. So that's a good sign. As far as getting closer to spring. Only got a month left. I guess as far as before that happens officially. Hard to believe this month is flying by. This is the shorter month out of the whole year, obviously. Yeah, I bet. That's a big difference between the 4 hours you were getting before. Very nice. Okay, so I already had this up. You already saw me panning around Texas here. Got some things to show with this. I think I got most everything loaded up here now. I was running a little bit behind, so obviously it took me a little bit, I guess, to get caught up here. Catch up, Mustard. You'll be in the garden? Hell no. That's too early. 52 right now? Wow. That must be like midsection of the country. Up here where I'm at, it's pretty dang chilly. Yeah. Yeah, your spring is in the middle of April? That's interesting. So not like middle March 21st or whatever, like most of us. Oh, you'll be in the garden. Oh, you're talking about in spring. Yeah, that makes sense. I was gonna say, I thought you were talking about right now. Like, hell no. So, amongst some of the things that you can probably already notice that are brand new to the track for Texas build here are the shadows. So we got shadows now coming off. And these are all modeled. And Torch can feel free to elaborate on this too. We got shadows coming on here. The only thing I haven't noticed, and I'm sure you might have taken that into consideration there, Torch. There's no shadow on the tires and or the top of the concrete wall, but we do have shadows on the ground for the fence, as well as on the outside, and also shadows for the billboards and the light poles. And there is some things that I do want, and I think I was trying to mention, we were talking about this, Torch, in Discord the other day. The difference between the two different types of shadows, like you were talking about the medallions, being able to get that. So depending on how you apply it, either as a light map or what have you, the fact that this texture here for the light poles doesn't have a transparency to it, it's a little bit darker, so it kind of, you can definitely see the difference between the one that does have a TI or transparency and one that don't. It makes it darker, so to have that all blend in really nice, you'd almost need to put an alpha channel into that. And I had an idea. I do have this stuff here loaded up. So here's the fence that has transparency, and this one here that's being used for the light pole shadows, it does not. And you can see that difference between the darkness of that shadow. So more than likely what may need to happen, that's what I was going to play around with here once I did explain some of what's been done here, and see if we can't put a transparency to this. And because that's modeled, it may not work, now that I think of it. But yeah, this is something to think about, possibly Torch, gets as far as to get the two shadows, I guess, to blend a little bit better, so you can't tell what's different between the two. Because obviously right now you can. With this being lighter with the transparency and this one's not. But as far as the initial approach to this...
It was at this moment that he knew.
You know, that's pretty good.
Up.
Are you saying you effed up? Is that right? You have a different texture, that fence shadow? Oh, do you? Okay. Well, I'm just going by with what you gave me. So, as I mentioned this stuff, this is just what I have currently as of right now. So if you've got something different, obviously that'll change. But that's just one of my initial things here. And like you and I were talking about the medallions, to be able to get the medallions, especially on the 1 and 2 side, not so much on this end, to get those to cast onto the ground. That would be the same thing, same deal, regardless if you use a light map or modeled piece with a transparency texture. So, going all the way back around here, we can see what's been changed here. So we got shadows for all these light poles. And depending on where we're at here and the way the sun is, you know, just considering that conjecture of it. The only other thing that I notice, and I know a lot of it probably has to do with the way you did this light map, these don't line up actually with the poles. Physically with the poles. So they're kind of off there. So they're initially installed here, and then some of them are cut off because of the way the dash lines are. So there needs to be some adjustment to that, as well as to the placement of the shadow, I guess, over the light pole. And this is all using the latest PTF that you gave me too. So if there's changes been made, just as I'm showing this, then disregard. But also the same thing can be said for the fence poles down here. Some of them are wider, some of them turn narrower, so they don't necessarily line up with what the physical light pole, the fence texture. So just little things like that, because if you want to get the shadow, I guess, to line up a little bit more closely, as far as the scaling or the skewing of it. But as far as the initial application to it, it's pretty cool. We got some changes to the Lone Star, so I'm just going to work my way around here. So we got shadowing, I guess, as far as for the big hoss onto the backstretch billboards. That part's been done. Continuing with the shadows on the interior, as well as the light poles onto the track. The Lone Star deal here, so there was a little bit of an issue here. We got that corrected, I guess, as far as prior to the starter stream. So to the Lone Star here, probably one of the things you wouldn't notice, I guess, by looking at it, but the Lone Star hotel here has been broken down into two different parts. So you got the railings, and then the rest of the hotel itself. And that was only in an effort, I guess, as far as to get the hotel itself is shadowed. And I'm going to show this here. I don't think I have that loaded in Wimmet 2 yet. I do want to do something with that, but I'll show that once I show the rest of this here. So just to show you some of the changes previously to what it is now. So this is the new texture for shadowing that's on the different parts around the track. This is in turn 3, if I remember right. I go back that way. Just to show you the differences of the textures and how this looks actually on the track. Outer fence shadow texture should be the same. Well, if they're the same, they might need to be different in order to get these to line up better. That might be something to consider, I guess, if that's the case, because they don't 100% line up. It's still a cool effect to it, I guess, as far as, but it doesn't 100% line up. So if you're really looking at it, you can see how much these don't line up. And some of them may have bigger spacing, I guess, between what is actually on the physical fence. So just something to think about. So it may need a different texture, I guess, for that to make that look proper. But over here, this is the outer extras. So previously there wasn't a shadow casted onto this one here, so this is now what's been applied. So what it looked like previously is like this. You can see those differences as far as how that shadowing has been applied to it. That's that one. That's pretty much the only thing that's different with that one. So anything that has the shadowing on the outer extras, which is mainly just this VIP stand that has the O'Reilly on it, that's really about the only thing difference here, and that's what we can see right here. So that's what that is. So that lines up really nice there. That's the difference that I can see, I guess, as far as between that fence shadowing and that there. So most of these that you've got applied as far as these singular shadows for each pole, these line up pretty good. And this is all modeled. That's probably another fair mention to this. So these are all modeled. And I think I got one of these loaded up in here, yeah. These are all model pieces here. So, however you went about that torch, I guess, as far as to get that like that, as far as to get the actual shape of that, that's pretty cool. And building it in place more or less, just like the majority of the models in this track build are done. So that's that. Go back here so we can close this one out. Pretty much done with that. Now moving on to the signage, which harbors most of all the billboards. You can see already right off the bat, before I even start explaining this, where the shadows have been applied to the different billboards around the track. And I'll show the before. So this is the new one, and this one is the original, as far as before all the shadows were applied to it. So you can see the differences. This is a really big texture, so it's kind of hard to get it all in one shot. But yeah, so like here you can see the shadowing has been applied to it. And we'll take a look at these in the track. So on this end, you have shadowing on this billboard for the light pole right there. And over here, you have shadowing on these bars right down. Now, so how these line up, I guess, as far as so well with the model pieces, that is this here, that's a separate model. To be able to get those to line up by a texture of the billboards, you know, on the actual billboard texture itself, as far as for that signage texture. That's pretty cool. I mean, you would never know without looking at it. That way you would kind of figure that it's all one model, I guess, as far as to get the model onto that billboard and as well as on the ground. And it's not. It's totally not. And then also on this end, let's go to the 1 and 2 end. So I would imagine there's probably more shadows that you're considering, I guess, to apply around the track there, torch. And this is just the start. So we got shadowing here for the score tower. And I don't remember if this was in here previously. This one here definitely needs some transparency in it. This was kind of the old way of doing it, I guess, as far as just a plane with a simple texture. This one probably really needs some opacity to it. It's not really bad this way, but I mean, it would look better if it had some opacity. So that's probably something maybe to think about. This has already been updated in a previous stream, I guess, as far as to the advertising that's on the score tower, as well as the pylon to represent, I guess, as far as what happened during the race there, as far as the finishing order. Very nice. So yeah, so moving over to 1 and 2, so we got more shadowing up here on the inside wall. This is all modeled. As I look at this one, these line up a lot better this way. Yeah, these line up a little bit better, maybe not 100% perfect, but much better with the poles there. That's a shorter run, obviously, too. Yeah, and I can imagine this is probably pretty tricky, I guess, to do that. Yeah. So I don't know what approach you're taking to it, I guess, as far as to apply the shadowing to it, if you're just doing it all 100% in sandbox, or if you're actually doing it in max, or a combination of the two. It could be as simple as, too, I guess, as far as changing the spacing of these fence posts on the actual model here. Some of them do seem to be a little bit wider in spots and other spots than others, to make it more uniform. Like you said, as far as the trickiness of that, is the texture on this one here. I think we've looked at this before. I think that is at a 0. You said it was the same as on the inside as the outside. You see here. But yeah, I think we've looked enough at that one there to kind of show what's going on with that. You can see the differences on this end of the texture, as far as the shadowing that are put on that, and you can see how that looks. What did I do with? And this is such a big texture. Yeah, so on here, the fence texture, and as you already pointed out there, Torch, it's using the same on the outside as the inside. This is a 0 map, so that means it can be on the vertical. I'm sorry, the horizontal could be. I think it's either 0 or 2 you can use. Now that I think of it, I'm trying to recall. It's been a while. I sometimes always have to look back at my cheat sheet, I guess, as far as for WinMap 2, as far as which map is what. 0, I believe, will do it on the horizontal. So this texture will repeat across your model in a horizontal fashion, as far as to repeat in that direction. So if that's the case, with this here, you should be able to adjust the spacing, I guess, as far as on these fence posts here. If nothing else, you could probably break it up instead of, like, you know, if you broke it up, and again, I don't know how the UV mapping is to it, but if you break it up, if it's necessary to break it up so that you can get the same spacing in all sections instead of having it bunch up in different spots like it is here, that could be a pretty easy fix as far as just how it's UV mapped. Just something to think about. Nothing, just nothing, not that bad. So yeah, we got some more shadowing over here as far as the fence shadowing over here in turn 1, and also light poles. And these light poles here, like I've already mentioned, as far as are all not these so much. I guess that's a light map. These over here, maybe you can clarify for me, Torch, because maybe I might be mixing it up. I think this is all light map. This is light map, or is it modeled? Like it is on the other end. Guess what? I know there's a little bit of delay too, so I have to keep that in mind. So are these light map or are these modeled as far as these shadows? These are light map, okay. So over here, these are light map, gotcha. And these do line up pretty well. Kind of don't really have a light pole, I guess, in this spot. But yeah, I get how the texture works, because as far as it, because you're extending it all the way this way, so it tends to just kind of continue with the light pole. And again, it might come down to where you might have to have an additional texture to kind of stop that, you know, stop where the light poles are actually presenting themselves onto the track, especially when there's not one there. But as far as this one, that one, they're a little bit off, but I mean they're in generally the right, proper position. And again, I'm not trying to nitpick it or whatever like that. It's just things that kind of stand out as you know, you're looking at things. For the most part, the initial application, it does actually add a lot of dynamic to the track, having that. No, and as I was saying, as far as probably not all the shadowing has necessarily been applied just yet. So as it gets tweaked on, I guess, as far as to add additional shading to this, it's going to make it that much more dynamic. Pretty cool. So nothing's been done just as of yet. This is something else Torch and I had talked about the other day. As far as with the weld on the back side of the safer, as well as the safer texture on the back side, to match, I guess, as far as on the track side. So that's still it needs yet to be done. Torch has already mentioned, like I said, with being able to extend the shadowing of the medallions, the 3D medallions in here onto the track. He was considering, I guess, to do a model of that. So much the same as the light pole shadows on basically the backstretch and turns 2 and 3 here, or 3 and 4, my bad, to be able to do it that way. So these are all light maps. And again, they're not 100% lined up. They're in close proximity to that, but not 100%. So there might be some adjustment to skewing or possibly the placement or spacing of that in the light map itself. Just some potential ideas. But like Torch has already mentioned, it sometimes can be pretty tricky. What was an accident? I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention here. I was kind of explaining things. Yeah, so this lines up really good. I like the way this, for the big hoss, you know, as far as the direction and the trajectory, I guess, of the shadows. It's kind of nice. The way that shadow was casted onto that from the big hoss. And we did, going back a few streams, there was an initial layout, I guess, for shadow off the big hoss that has obviously been redone up to this point. to kind of line up, I guess, as far as what the other shadows that are now being applied. There's an extra light shadow. Oh, is there? Oh, okay. You're talking about on the other end there as far as turn 1 then. Okay. That might need to be removed then. So we're not only just observing as far as what's been changed since last time we saw, but also what potential adjustments need to be made. Whoa, bot, what the heck? Extracted. No slots. And bot said, nuh-uh on the skull. Oh, rip. I need a womp womp sound command too. I guess the closest one is probably that. It's at this moment. There is that one. That could potentially be used. That is sad, isn't it? Alright, so I think that is pretty much the majority. Now, there hasn't been anything done. I don't think there needs to be. Torch, again, you can feel free to elaborate. Any additional shadows that still need to be applied. We also noticed a pole shadow on a billboard by... Oh. Alright, so as I was just saying, as we take a look at what's going on here, there might be some other adjustments that need to be made. You talking about probably this dude? So that one needs that. Oh, I didn't even notice that. That's good that you mentioned that. Would there really need to be a shadow on this, though? Oh, this needs to come off. What you're saying, right? Yeah, because the shadow wouldn't be going that way. I think we had somewhat the same issue before with that. So because you're using the same part of the signage texture for another billboard, and I've stepped on that one, yeah. Yeah, so we're kind of critiquing and observing and looking at potential adjustments that need to be made. So sometimes you don't notice it right away until we're looking at it here and now. But yeah, you wouldn't be wrong there. So the fact that there shouldn't be a shadow on this billboard, not casting that way, and that would be a result of that billboard is using the same texture that's on here. That's also being used. So that could be as simple as remapping that to one of these that doesn't have a shadow on it. That could be pretty simple adjustment there. Yeah, so this one here obviously needs that on which billboard is that? That billboard is that in 3 here? Let me see. I think that's right, huh? Darn playlist, yeah, so right here is probably where that's using it the most. So the fact that this needs it here, based on this texture, but it doesn't need it on that one by the big hoss. Again, you could very easily just remap that one by the big hoss there to one of these that don't have the shadow on it. Or you can move the shadow to one of these other ones, whichever you need to do. So either adjust the texture or the UV mapping, I guess, as far as to that one. Either way. Yeah, let's continue. Stop in my playlist. It's the only bad thing about the royalty-free playlist as far as that TechnoX on YouTube. And it just, if you're not focused on the page there, it tends to be like, hey, are you still here? You're like, yeah, keep playing it. I try to keep it as focused as possible, but it doesn't always. So anyway, that should be on your to-do list there, Torch, as far as for adjustments, as well as any other ones that I've already mentioned. Just final tweaks to it. That's about it. Alright, that should be going good now. Alrighty then. Yeah, so it's probably a good thing I left that open in there so we could see what was going on with that. I do want to take a look at this here real quick. I already know what's probably going to happen here because the models there for the light poles aren't going to have any transparency in it. So that's just something that you can put on your consideration list there, or just first to apply. alpha channel to this, so you have just similar to your fence here that you have for that backside there, so that blends in better. That's what I would consider. So I'm just extending that. So the way this is so much darker here, that's because it doesn't have any transparency to it, you know, as far as controlling the opacity. And this does. That could be easily changed by adding an alpha channel to that texture and actually to the model and redo that. That should be a pretty easy adjustment since you've already got the model for them shadows for the light poles. And I've already shown that here, the way this is all modeled. If you still got this raw model, you just be able to apply a texture with an alpha so that you can have that texture applied with that transparency, and you can control that level of opacity so you can get that to blend in much the same way as the fence. Mine is not, though. Shad fence MIP. Oh, that almost... Oh, crap. Did that get you for... Yeah, you put a period in there, so it thought it was in the URL. Okay. Yeah, so something that I've noticed, and it's a good thing you mentioned it, it's supposed to be using shad fence. I don't think it is. That's the thing. So this model for that, right? So it's probably a good thing we're bringing this up here. It is not using that. It's using fence MIP. That's something that I did notice. So let's see here. Let's go back to... That should be this one right here. No, that's the billboard. My bad. That's this one here I got to open up. Let me check it out. Yep, that's this one. This is all from last week. Stuff I wasn't able to show. So I'm kind of showing a little bit from last week as well as from this week. Something changes. So this this model it's not gonna. I hate when I do that. Can't use plus. Dang it. Hold on a second with Notepad. So this texture is using shadows MIP right here. So that's on that light pole shadow, right? It's using that. So that's using that, just to confirm. And then these shadows for the, what was that name? Shadow fence outer. This one here, right? Yeah. Open with Notepad. That's using fence MIP is what I got right here. So if it's supposed to be using a different texture, then mine's wrong. Yeah, so that's what I got open here right now. Shad fence outer is using fence MIP as that. So is that texture that you're talking about in with what I got? Let's check that out. So it should be using shad fence MIP. Mine's not using that. It's using fence MIP. Again, just to confirm. It's not, yeah, so it's not scrolling over or anything like that. It's just fence MIP. $214, yeah. So if yours is $214, mine's $212. So I got an older version, I guess, than what you got. The one I've got is using just fence MIP. So again, it comes down to if you've got something that's more up to date than what I've got, then disregard. But that is something that I definitely missed. You know, I'm just going by with what I got here. So obviously mine's out of date. So mine's dated 2/12. You were mentioning yours is 2/14. And that's fine. Just as long as you've got something that's updated, you can always make sure you can get it to me post fact so I can confirm that it's supposed to look the way it's supposed to look. As it stands right now, it does not. So again, it sounds like something that's already been updated. The new one looks like the inside fence shadow. Okay. Fair enough. So this blends in much better, I guess, as far as than what we're witnessing here. That's probably a fair mention. So if it looks more like this, as compared to what we got here, you can kind of get the idea of what would be applied there. Now, it'll probably blend in much better with this. I also think, though, honestly, I think probably even these billboards here probably needs to have opacity to that. So it's not quite so dark, so that it blends in with these other ones that have the TI, or, you know, the transparency to it. Just a thought. So if it, like even like with these billboards, so they're not quite so dark, I still got a feeling, even with the way these are, because the way we look at this, right? This has no transparency or opacity to it, as this one does. Or as, well, let's take a look at your, do I have that? Let me look and see. Did that shed fence? Let me see if I even have that. I can take a look at it. I won't be talking out my rear end. So shed fence. Let me see if I even have it. That is, must be this one right here. Is that this one right here? SHD underscore fence. That would be this one right here, if that's the case. You spelled it out SHAD. Okay, so this is the one. This is the one that should be applied to the outside shadow, which is not currently. And it does have TI to it. So as long as it has a TI, I think that'll be fine. Once you get that applied, I guess, to that outer fence shadow. So yeah, you can see the difference. So the billboards and the light poles are using this that has no TI and no transparency to it. So who, I guess, as far as to eventually apply that. Yeah, just to make it less dark, so you have some control over the opacity of that. Just a thought. So with the billboard, that, and the billboard ones use the shadow MIP, I think, as well. Take a look at that real quick. So the billboard shadows. Let's open this one. Yep, that's using that shadows MIP as well. Same as the light poles. And that would be this texture right here. That's the one I've been talking about, that it has no transparency to it like these two. Well, let's just consider this one. So this is applied incorrectly, I guess, as far as to the outer shadows, the outer fence shadows. So don't disregard this. This is what I have on there currently. Porch has obviously got the one that's supposed to have this one. So this one has TI, this one does not. This one, I feel, should have that applied to it, so it has it on the model itself. That's just a consideration, suggestion or whatever, just to get that to blend a little bit better. So it's not that direct, you know, as far as how dark this is in compared to this would be. And if it looks fine, too, I guess, as far as when you apply that properly, I guess, as far as to this, then, you know, leave it to your own judgment. But I still do feel it's just a little too dark, I guess, with that shadowing there. And also the same thing in the way this is done for the score tower. Go back to the score tower. If that's using the same shadow MIP for the score tower shadow, and I'll take a look at that in a second. Same idea. I think any of these shadow planes that you have using that texture will benefit from that. Let's see. Let's look at the score tower shadow. That's this one, right? Yep. And we'll open this up with Notepad. Same thing, yep. So I like the fact that you're using the same texture for multiple shadow planes, as far as for different models, as opposed to creating separate ones. What will probably become necessary if you want to get that transparency to all of that, that will be evident when you do change that shadows map, the texture anyway. You'll have to apply that physically to each one of those models so it has that alpha channel to the model. Otherwise, that opacity is not going to show. That's something I feel definitely gets missed a lot of times with most people trying to build and apply transparency to a model. If the model does not have transparency to it initially, as far as at the start, you know, as far as from the initial build of it, and you try to put transparency to the texture, that's not going to show transparency. It's got to be applied directly to the model from initial build of it. And we've shown that, I guess, as far as on streams many times. As far as to show, if you try, in most cases, if you try to apply transparency or an alpha channel to the texture without that alpha channel being present on the model at the, you know, at the root build of it, it's just going to show up black. And that mirrors that you try and apply transparency, which is obviously going to give you a clue that there's no alpha channel, I guess, to the model. Yeah, you weren't very happy with the score tower shadow. It's not a bad, you know, the initial concept of it is not terrible. I just think it would look better with a little bit of opacity to it. The way it's, you know, the orientation of, you know, in comparison to all the other shadows, and the construct of it, you know, to give it that look, I guess, as far as it, you know, you can see exactly all the components of the tower actually showing that. So that's good. This is a good start to it. I just think it needs opacity. Well, that little bit of opacity to it. That you can accomplish by putting a trans map to it. Have that alpha channel to that model for the shadow plane. And that goes for all the other ones, the billboards, the light poles, and such. Not too big of a deal, you know, just minor changes. Nothing super. You also mentioned to me that you adjusted these lines on pit road. I want to take a look at that. So they are going to look different with the way the track breathes, quote unquote, in the game in comparison to sandbox. But I did make some points that some of these lines did need to be adjusted, and we'll take a look at that in the sim at some point. So far from here, from this standpoint, they look pretty decent. And the way they look in here isn't going to mean squat until we actually check it in the sim. It's definitely one thing I do want to take a look at when we get into the sim. So far, these look pretty good. I don't see a lot of overlap, I guess, as far as like we did previously. It's good. So just as long as there isn't any separation of that line, I guess, as far as in the game, and it looks much the same as we see in here in Sandbox, we should be all set. It's got to be Evan. Gotta be Evan. Always coming here stinking the place up. Was I wrong? Oh, sure wasn't. What do you mean one of your favorite goobers? Like, what flavor goober? It depends on what flavor goober, because there's several flavors of goobers. Yeah, so all these are looking pretty good so far. You changed the skewing on this part. I knew that was something that we mentioned. That looks a heck of a lot better. You definitely cannot tell at all. So in this part here, for those that have been keeping track here, this had a miscue. Here you can definitely see, you could easily see where the track segment line was. You can't see that anymore with that not being miscued. That looks a ton better. Definitely wouldn't be able to tell that. The only thing that gives you somewhat of a clue that that track seg is there if you were to look at the dash line. And I mean, that'd be hard to really point out unless you're really looking at it. You can see it just ever so slightly. It follows this trajectory right here as far as that track segment. But much better. Big improvement, I guess, as far as on that to make it less obvious. So it's just these little simple adjustments like that that are, you know, just tying the loose ends up of the track so far. What do you mean that's just wrong? Goobery Sunrise? I don't know, is that actually a flavor? I don't know. What do you mean it's just wrong? What are you talking about? That's all I asked as far as which flavor. How's that wrong? I don't think that's too so much to ask. Anywho, so that's what we've got going on so far with development and finishing up, I guess, as far as the Texas Motor Speedway build. We'll be checking out the track with the new 22 mod for the sim in a bit, but I think now what I want to get into, and if there's anything in addition, Torch, that I might have missed, call me out on that. I'll be sure, I guess, as far as to show that. I think I've shown pretty much all I wanted to show, and I think we've touched on. So I was gonna actually play around with this texture, but now that you've already pointed out what needs to be, you know, what has been already corrected on your end, then I'm not gonna bother. What's my flavor goober? I don't even remember. What are all the flavor goobers? I just know there's different flavors. That's pretty much all? Okay. If at any point, though, if you happen to think of something, I guess, as far as that I may have missed throughout the duration of the stream, definitely, like I said, call me out on it. Call me out on it. But I think that's, I think we're pretty well caught up between what we had from last week and this week. And I can kind of show too. So this is all from last week that has been updated. We've gone over the Lone Star Tower. It's been broken up into 2 different parts now, between the deck rails and the actual. Previously, it was just one object, right? Which in itself was fine. But as far as to be able to get the shadowing that's on that, in fact, let's take a look at that a little bit closer. I kind of stunted when I was working my way over this way. So again, for most of you that have been tuning into the streams here, you would have noticed that this hotel was a little bit whiter. It stood out. It was very, very bright over in this corner. The fact that it's got shadowing on it now, it kind of tones it down a little bit, and it really helps it blend in to the environment, I guess, much better. I didn't ever notice this before, but you actually got people on the balconies here. That's pretty cool. Nice little detail. Yeah, so there wouldn't be really much need, I guess, as far as to apply shadowing as much to the railing, because that has transparency as it would be to the rest of that, and that's why it's been, for the most part, why it's been segregated out. Something that you could probably do towards with that. I'm gonna take a look at this texture for it. That's the other thing I wanted to do before we close this up. So we already looked at all this, seeing what's going on with the way the shadows were applied to the different signs. This was previous. This is new. This is a big texture, so kind of quick review as far as what shadows have been applied to this that are brand new. All right, I think we're done showing that. Just to kind of summarize, and all of these we don't need anymore because we already explained all that. This looks pretty good though, I like that. And I see how these are pretty narrow too. So if this is the intended look to the posts, you know, the fencing on the inside there, to make that more uniform, as I was mentioning, that UV mapping or that shadow on that one might have to get redone, so it's not, so they line up much more better. Blake, I understand like what you were saying. It's definitely tricky. It's totally tricky because shadows can be somewhat warpy in nature, as far as to look more organic looking. So, but it seems very obvious that it's off. You're such a 12-year-old. For liking goobers? Nothing wrong with that, liking goobers. Are we still on the goobers? Alright, so I wanted to open up. Let me see here. I need to go back here. A couple steps. Let's try here. So, nope, one more step. That's where I tracked it. And so, again, like I was saying, you have some items here from last week that we weren't able to show that I've now got caught up on. So, this is the new texture for the Lone Star Tower. This is the hotel. You can see that shading on there. Oh, that's been applied. And then the previous texture prior to that is this one right here. So you can see this is with and without the shadowing. So you can see it was much brighter, especially on that front side of it, than it was previously. So something I am noticing, I guess, as far as with the new texture, you reduce the amount of priority on that. And we've talked about priority to textures right here. So the higher priority that you have on it, it's going to put more, just as it would sound like, it's going to put more of a priority to show that at all distances. So obviously the lower priority that you put on it, at further distances, it's going to make it less of a priority to show it as detailed. And that's really something to keep in mind. So the fact that it was so much higher before, to reduce that at this point with all the other things that have been added to the track, that's probably going to balance it out more. So really having this at a lower than what it previously was, having it at a 5, it's still going to have a little bit higher priority than just a 1, but not quite as, you know, not quite as much of a priority as it was previously. And again, that's more than likely, whether you did that accidentally or not, towards, I guess, as far as, that's something to take into consideration as you add more texture weight and poly weight to the track as we've got it right now. You want to start taking a look at, okay, and I have this much priority to this particular texture. So if that's something you took into consideration when you updated this to put the shading onto it, that's a good plan. Now it does have obviously some transparency on this because the railings are down on the bottom here. That's part of the reason why it's got the alpha channel to it, and that's been separated out as two separate models, as I've already explained, but it's using the same texture for those two different segregated models. So again, being able to maintain using just one texture for any multitude of objects, I guess, for one particular completed model, that's definitely a huge plus to be able to not make a separate texture, I guess, for that. In some cases, it does require you to have to create a separate texture, but when you can, eliminate the need, I guess, as far as having a separate texture for a piece of a model that's, a whole, then that's obviously a good thing. You did it purposely? All right. So, and like I said, whether it was done purposely or accidentally, that's a good thing. So we do have, at this point in the game, with the track build, there's much more. So this is one of the first buildings that was created initially in the track build when we started way back when. So the fact that it had much higher priority on it back then, at this point, you definitely want to start considering the lower priorities to textures now that you've got a lot more poly weight and texture weight for other objects around the track, just to kind of balance out the frame rates. Because this will, having a higher priority on textures at this point, will kind of kill your frame rates if you don't consider that. And it can be just as simple as reducing the priority on textures as opposed to just remodeling something to make it less detailed. Try it out with the texture first, and if that still doesn't help with the frame rates, then take a look at what needs to be adjusted to make the model itself. It could be any amount of texture models around the track that might need to get adjusted to help gain some frame rates. Obviously, as you would probably think, the more polys that you have in any particular model around the track, like I've always said, anything in multitude, if it has a lot of polys to it, you can consider a certain number of frames are going to be lost, especially in different parts of the track, depending on where they're located. So that's something always to take in consideration. So whether or not you want to apply levels of detail, which on any of these models so far, that's probably a fair mention at this point, none of the models have what is considered to be LODs, levels of detail or levels of display. You can go that route if you so care to want to. That's a little bit more work. That's something you can really save, I guess, as far as at the end. So if there's something by the end of this, which is this track build is coming to, if you're finding that you want to be able to gain much more frame rates than what you have, then you can start at this point looking at which models can we start applying LODs if necessary. So like maybe Victory Lane, possibly Grandstand, maybe the hotel, maybe the big house, bigger structures like that might have a little bit more polys than others, and go from there. You don't necessarily need to go ham on putting LODs on everything, but it is something that you can consider post fact once everything's in place and you're satisfied with, yep, this is exactly all the content and library that I want to have in the track. What kind of frame rates am I getting? And will it be necessary either to adjust priorities to textures or possibly adding LODs, I guess, to some of the models. So far from what we've witnessed, even using the most up-to-date mods with the sim, we haven't really seen any horrendous, catastrophes, I guess, as far as with crashes to desktop or just ridiculously low frame rates. Just taking that into consideration. But if you are at this point of the track build, those are some of the things that I've already mentioned that you can take into account. And we haven't really gotten into much about how to apply LODs, but you could spend a whole stream just explaining that. And just in a nutshell, as far as the bullet point it, basically what's involved with creating LODs for a model, and it does involve scripting. So it's just adding different lines in your scripting to say, okay, and you would have to build your model with reductions of polys and being able to assign when that lower model poly model would show at what distance, just to kind of give an idea. So it's kind of like clip distance type of thing. At this particular distance, I want this much to show. At this amount of distance, I want this much to show. Right on top of it, I want all of it to show. So it's just to kind of give a bullet point as far as how LODs work. And like I said, we haven't really gone that much as far as into detail as far as how to apply that, but that's just the general concept behind it. All right, I think we're done. Stop flapping my gums about this. We can kind of move on with, and again, if there's anything that I haven't explained well enough and you would like to know more about, definitely call me out on it. How with that? Catch up on chat here a little bit. You just got your sugar shack working? Nice. You connect different trees with a post. Connected the post to the sucker. I like how you put that. I've only got one post. We're talking about Manbazu for anybody that didn't know. So you got two posts that you had to use then, huh? I need to figure out, like I was already mentioning earlier, I guess as far as to get the, why does it keep telling me that it's too cold? That's been my only issue as far as where I'm stuck with getting the maple syrup going. Working with only 3 trees. Shoot, I got 10. Yeah, that's the same thing it does for me there, trucking guy. It says it's around 5. It always says that, though. And it says it's too cold. It's like, what the heck? How we doing, Yasso? Welcome on in. I was just showing off and the latest updates, I guess, to Texas. And just closing up on that, too. Oh, look at this. He's even got a camera dude up on top here. All these finer details. Got people on the balconies. That's some pretty cool detail, actually. Yeah. So just considering this as far as putting a camera angle. Do we actually have a camera angle there? I don't even know. This is something you can take into consideration if you wanted to put custom camera angles, I guess, as far as they're like, so possibly in spectator view. Put a camera jig right here and just kind of get an idea of what you would see in that perspective. That would be pretty freaking cool to have a spectator cam right in this spot. Have it pan to that. Right now there's only, I think, one perspective, which is from the main grand. So it kind of follows the cars from the main grand perspective. But you could definitely add something to it. And this is turn 2, for anybody that was wondering. This is down the back stretch, going into turns 3 and 4, and then obviously a front stretch with the main grandstand. It's pretty cool. Yeah, build's going pretty good. Like I was mentioning the Torster, yeah. So as far as it's getting closer. Just got some fine tuning. That's about it. You think you're drunk? How are you drunk? You've been drinking? Drink. Oh, you just couldn't type. Oh, that's where the vertical came from. Hey. Oh, you put who? I see what you did. I see how you typed out howdy wrong. Hey, it happens. It happens. We all get it. All right. So, anywho, that's pretty neat as far as that finer details. Just taking a closer look at what could potentially be adjusted for camera angles. There's not too many areas around this track, though, even at this point, as far as that wouldn't look good for camera shot. This is in full race mode, so with the people in the stands, the 3D crowds, and all the population in the infield. This is in turns 1 and 2, so you got a different perspective of the hotel. That's in turn 2. Big house on the back stretch. A lot more shadows. That's the main addition, I guess, is to the track that we haven't seen in the last week. This will be the second week till we've seen anything, I guess, as far as updated here. So a lot of shadows. So between the infield here on that wall, as well as in here. I'll just kind of briefly go over this, scan over. So we got shadows here, shadows with the light poles. You got shadow here on the backside of the wall here. Yep, very nice. All the way down the backstretch, and we got the light poles coming down the backstretch as well as behind the wall here. It's not, the shadowing is definitely not 100% done. Shadow off the big hoss. I'm just going over this really quickly here. I don't want to. If there's anything in specific that anybody wants to see that's fresh coming into the stream there, stop me and I will. Shadows off the light poles. And we've already discussed how to make these a little bit more opaque. Shadowing off the backside. Off of that. And this needs to be updated. We've already pointed that out. Right now, currently, this has got the wrong texture on it, but kind of get the idea. Shadowing off of this one here. Light poles on the back behind turn 4. That coming off the inside wall. Nothing really on the front stretch, I guess, as of yet. And whether there will be any applied to that, that's still yet to be determined. I'm kind of almost thinking that there will be some shadowing, I guess, as far as under this guy, under the suites here, possibly, maybe. That's just something I think about as far as shading goes. Other than that, that's pretty much it. And then Torch was already mentioned, as we talked about, as far as being able to get shadowing off the medallions, especially in turns 1 and 2. As far as to get those to cast onto the track and how those will be applied. So that's something still yet to be applied. It's very well coming along though. And as I've already mentioned, we'll be testing the track out in the sim with everything that's been applied to the track in its entirety. This looks great. That would be a fantastic screenshot, I guess, as far as for a track shot, I guess, as far as in the sim, if you wanted to do that. That just looks fantastic. I mean, I can't say much more. The fact that it's got the backside facing, I guess, as far as for the 3D crowds. Got that going on, I guess, with the big hoss as far as on the screen. Got the shadowing on that now. Fantastic. I can't really say too much bad things about it. All the lines on the pit road, and we've already went over that as far as our nice and lined up now. We're going to take a look at that in the sim to see if that actually is evident in the sim as well. You always want to double check, I guess, as far as placement of those types of lines, in this case trackside decal, and how they line up with the geometric lines, because we do know in the sim or whatever, the track tends to quote unquote breathe, and they tend to either expand or contract depending on what distance you're at. So oh yeah, you have your first maple syrup droplet noise. How many milliliters or whatever did you get? Oh, you want some suds? Yeah, I can use some suds. I'm just sipping on some kind of tea I got here. Just some honey lemon green tea. Nothing fancy. I got my ginseng one too. I guess I don't have that one. I should probably get me some of that. Cheers, everybody. You got it. Drink whatever you have. Drink it if you got it. Also, Bot's probably feeling a little bit lonely too. You have whatever Earl Grey is. I don't know the different brands here. If that's a particular brand there. Bot being grumpy again, it looks like it. Oh, we got Lady Death there with the cooldown. Yeah, so trying to give it food, burgers, fries. Don't forget, hey, just remember, don't give it a chalupa. It gets upset when you give it a chalupa. Don't like the chalupas. Tacos, I think, are okay, but chalupas, no. Hey, be careful with that there, trucking guy. Tacos, okay. Taco Bell, not so much. Yo, crack me up. Just trying to feed the bot, whatever. Those aren't legitimate commands, just so that anybody knows. I really need a spray command, I guess, as far as for somebody to spray some Febreze to kind of clean out the air, I guess, as far as that Evan tends to stink up. You already had some? Gross. Gross. Of course, trying to give him some whiskey. That's funny. Y'all are funny. Okay, while you guys are doing that, I'm going to go ahead and got some stuff to show for LaCrosse. So initially here, I did get Max loaded up. Some of you that tuned in, I guess, as far as last week, you kind of saw what I had done. And I had mentioned that I was going to fix such things as GG's on the... Ooh, that's one of the low-end jackpots, so that's a jackpot nonetheless. So if you're following the channel, get the GG emote. Get some GGs to Horse Circus as far as for the jackpot. Very nice. So first jackpot of the stream so far. 200 units of fluid. Yep, apparently he did. He's already stunk up the place twice. He came in, introduced himself with a little bit of a fart, and just did it again. So you got your money back. Is that what it is? You got your money back with all that stuff you've been playing there. So you're breaking even? Breaking even so far? Cool. So yeah, as I was saying, I did fix what I intended, I guess, to have to fix the backside. For those that did tune in last week, the backside of these were effed up, especially on the peak. Those have been fixed, and also I applied, based on the UV unwrap to the texture, you can see where everything's going to go as far as the doors and the roof, the sides, and the back. Those either gable's got their own deal there, and that's only because it has the doors, and it just made more sense to me to do it that way. And I got the texture loaded here just to kind of give you a clue. Playlist stopped again. Yes, please. Yep, only bad thing about playing the royalty-free music on TechnoX channel, free on YouTube. Highly recommend it if you want to do that. It just doesn't like it sometimes when you don't focus on the page. It kind of wants you to be aware. Just wants you to focus on it. As far as to not navigate away from it. Otherwise, it doesn't know if you're still listening or not. That's the only bad side. Alright, just make sure that's going to stay going up there. Okay, there we go. Alright, so we got the texture here. And I'm going to go back and forth between this and what's going on in Max. So the smaller buildings, the smallest of the whole, of all the buildings, I put that in a separate area. We only got these three here that are these little tiny guys. Whether or not I'll remap those, I guess, as far as the rest of them, I just feel the scaling of that was going to be much different in comparison to the rest of these buildings. So that was part of my thinking between putting this in a different area. So what I will probably end up doing for the majority of the stream here is just applying texture to this. So right now, all it is just color-coded type of areas to the texture. And you can kind of get an idea as far as this is the back side, front side. You got the doors are in this spot, and the roof is in this spot. And then these three little smaller buildings that are scaled much lower, I guess, as far as in the rest of the buildings, that they're all in this area. They got the roof, the sides, the gable ends, and the doors are over here as well. That'll give a little bit of explanation, I guess, as far as what I got going on there. But that's the wire map to all the model. And I kind of showed that right at the tail end of last week's stream, that wasn't going to stay the way I had it, as far as where all of it was just kind of scrunched together. This is now where we're at, I guess, as far as with the mapping of that. I took the time post-stream, throughout the week, just to kind of clean that up and have something to show here for stream. Hope y'all don't mind. lanes. Alright, so this is what we got. And let me go ahead and show the unwrap to that, just to kind of give you an idea. You kind of get the idea, I guess, already, but let me go ahead and do this. Got the unwrap applied to it. Open this up in the UV editor and apply the texture. And this is what it looks like this way. So much the same as it does in my actual template here. And I got this all layered. Starts between the wire and the different areas. And I can turn those on or off and apply other layers to this as I apply texture to it. You know, the more finished texture to it. So what we want to do, and that's something else I forgot to bring up. The picture references that we have for this. Let me see here. Actually, I don't need this anymore. Delete that. We already got that applied to our layer template. Where are my picture references at? I have... Oh, nutty duddy. I forgot where... Oh, they're right here. There we go. So our picture reference that we have for this is right now. So this is the type of texture we want to be able to apply to that. We can probably Google these textures and adjust them appropriately, I guess, as far as getting the color that we need. But this is another reason why I took the approach of segregating out the UV mapping, because the roof itself is going to have a different color than the sides. It does have some trim on it, so we'll see if we can apply that. We're not going to go super detailed, I guess, with this. It's going to be behind a tree line. You're not going to see a ton of it, you know, as far as, you know, in your face type of thing. But we do want to have the known presence, I guess, for those behind that tree line. I think Racer James had already mentioned, and I'm going to open up the track here just to kind of give you an idea. Let's do a new. The only reason why this is telling me to save the changes is because I've gone into the geometry just to see what was going on. I haven't made any changes to this. This is the only one reason why it's barking at me. I'm going to say no. I'm keeping the way Torch had it. But that's normal, I guess, for Sandbox to want to do that. Alright, we want to go to Racer James's folder. Gotta switch up folders here for a second. Desktop. Here's James's folder. There's our LaCrosse build. And yep, this is the one I want. So this is where I've already added it last week. As far as that storage building, we got it made. We got it into the track, saved it, went into the sim and checked it out. That was with the previous texture. It was very primitive UV mapping to it. It's now been updated, obviously, as I've already shown. You know my problem with the Sugar Shack? At 11:30 to 12? Is that what it is? That's the only time you can have it running, huh? Okay. I'll have to keep that in mind there, trucking guy. That might have been part of my problem. I was always doing it, like, first thing in the morning, like, whatever it is, 8, 9 in the morning, or later at night after I've done chopping wood. I'll have to keep that in mind. I'll have to see, I might have been wasting a lot of firewood and all that, I guess, as far as to get the fire going. Okay, I'll have to keep that in mind. I'm putting that in my notes here. Appreciate that info, trucking guy. Yeah, I've been wanting to get that Sugar Shack going there. So you started yours at 11:45. You go to sleep. Oh, so you did it twice. So 11:45. You're gonna go to sleep at 18:19. Sugar, exactly. Yeah. So again, if anybody is wondering what the heck we're talking about Manbazu and making maple syrup, I guess, as far as once you got the Sugar Shack constructed. Trucking guy was just kind enough, I guess, as far as to let me know when you need to run it, as far as the generator. I'm waiting, and I'm sure this is probably going to take a while. I want to get hooked up to the grid so I don't have to keep running that stupid home generator. Because anytime I want to turn the lights on or use the PC or whatever to save the game, it's like I always gotta make sure that damn thing's running. And then when it runs out of gas, I don't know how many times that I've been out of gas, and it'll either be on a Saturday or Sunday when the gas station's not open, and I'll be, you son of a biscuit anyway. So there's no other way to get gas other than, yeah, so if you miss the operating hours for the gas station in town, you're screwed. You have to basically, you gotta see, selling firewood to your brother. Yeah, I definitely do that every day. Yep. Well, I get more than that. I get more than $200. I don't know what the heck. Shoot, I took I don't know how many loads. I guess the one day I got like 1,000. And it does depend on what type of wood too. Don't use your maple trees. I know that was something that that I noticed in another Steam community forum board deal. Don't use your maple trees. That'll be your last resort. Use the birch and the pine, but don't use too many pines because you need it for firewood and also for the sugar shack. Obviously, you already got the sugar shack built, but yeah, you want to give him your brother birch or pine, but the birch, it doesn't matter. Birch, it doesn't get used for anything else. But I noticed the birch is at a premium. They don't have as many birch trees, I guess, as they do pine and maple. So, but your maple trees, you want to be able to use that for your sugar shack. So if you want to be able to produce more maple syrup, you got to maintain as many maple trees as possible. That's something to take into account. That much I do. Oh. You do 2 trees per load? Yeah. But if you're doing it all day long, like from morning to when you go to bed, you can easily rack about $1,000 to your brother. And he uses it like crazy too. Like, I'll give him a couple loads, get his thing filled up, and before the end of the day, it's all gone. So I'll go ahead and take one more load there before the end of the day, and by that time, I've already done him maybe about $1,000 worth of firewood. He pays you well. I'll give him that. The brother's pretty kind, I guess, as far as to pay him much. That's pretty. Well, you only do it in the morning. Yeah, you need to do it all day. Just all day long. Take a couple loads over to the brother, and obviously with balancing out, monitoring the sugar shack and all that, it's a lot to maintain because you got to go back and forth to the store. You got to make sure you get some poutine, keep yourself, fed. And make sure you got enough maple syrup. And the only place you can get the maple syrup, unless you got the sugar shack going, is at the gas station in the town. So if you don't have enough in reserve in your house, you got to go into town and go get the maple syrup so you can stay hydrated. So yeah, it's a lot to balance. It's a huge balancing act. Yeah, but that's usually what I do with the brother. I'm chopping wood, pretty much all day, and I'll go back and forth between chopping wood, trying to get my sugar shack going, making sure I got enough time to go in there into town and get some maple syrup and poutine, so I got it in reserve, so I don't have to worry about. I've died a lot as far as to not having any maple syrup on me, while I'm cutting firewood and whatever. I've died I don't know how many times and had to wait to revive. It's not permadeath. That's what's kind of nice. You do get a chance to, I guess, to come back there, but your anxiety goes through the roof, and when your anxiety is too high, it doesn't allow you to do much. You have to wait for that anxiety to come down a lot. So, anyway, a little bit too much off the topic there. It's kind of fun to play that game, though. Highly recommended for anybody that's considering it as far as to play just a funny kill time type of game is Monbazu. 100% available on Steam. Fun to play. And if you've already played My Summer Cards, it's kind of interesting. So we got LaCrosse here open, and I already got the model made. As far as exported out, what I've already showed in 3D Max. Yeah. So this was all done post stream since the end of stream last week, just to kind of save some time, I guess, as far as to get this thing done. I wanted to be able to get into just how we want to apply texture to this, but you kind of get somewhat the idea of how it looked end of stream last week, and now how it looks now. How it's nice and clean and organized and whatever, so we can see where everything is at and what we want to apply, color coordinated and all that jazz. Okay. I think I can close this now. I don't need it anymore. I was showing how these shadows for the light poles for Texas were modeled. Very cool. So, yeah, getting right into the track here, we can see these applied. You can see where the smaller of all the buildings that are in this set that are all textured in this one area. And I had a method to my madness that, like I was saying, so I figure since that building is going to be scaled much differently than the rest of the buildings, I want to put that in its own area. Okay. Yeah, so just taking a closer look at these, I fixed that problem that we had with the backside. As some of you noticed from last week, I had this flipped the wrong way. So that's been corrected. This is how it looks here initially. We're going to work on the texture for this to make it look more like these. Okay, and the approach I want to take to this is probably just Google some textures for like sheet metal. And then hopefully if we don't find the color that we're looking for, as far as for the doors and that, we can adjust the color to that to get them to look much like this. You can see, kind of in a way, you got a dark brown door, a lighter tan color for the side sheet metal. They got some forest green trim, and it's kind of like just a raw metal look to the roof. So many different colors, I guess, to deal with here. Whether we'll put the trim on it, I don't know. We'll have to see what it looks like. We might be able to apply it to the gables as well as the sides to get that to kind of meet in the corners there, as far as the way the mapping is, UV mapping is to this. We'll just see how it works out for us. Alright, let's see if we can do some Google search here. Yeah, don't forget, for anybody that is really tuning in here, if you've got the game and you want to get this latest update to the menu that Racer James has put together, it's 100% available on the website. Feel free to stop on over to the website, SplineDesignStudio.com. It's right here on the main page. You can click on that, or even in the latest downloads, take you right to where you need to be. In most cases, it might require you to register to the site. I've been playing around with some of the permissions for that. Hopefully I can get that resolved. One of us will get it resolved to make it to where you don't have to register. It does not require any sensitive information. It just pretty much just allows create any type of username that you'd like to have the access there if it does tell you that. Hopefully we get that fixed at some point though, so it doesn't require. I know some of the other categories that we have on the website, it don't require to register, and some do. I haven't quite figured out what's going on with that. Still trying to sort that out, but if just a fair mention, if it does require you to register, I guess as far as once you click on this, it's just as simple as doing whatever username you want with the password so that it gains you access. There's no sensitive information that we require as far as your real name or anything like that, so don't be concerned with that. We're not concerned with that ourselves as far as having that information. There's no need for us to have that information. Everything's that we provide on the site is freely available at no charge. So again, just to keep that all in mind. Let's take a look and see what we can find for textures for our storage sheds here. Alright, so what I want to do is probably do, I don't know, let's do sheet metal. Or we could even do pole barn. I want to do this. I don't know what's a better query here as far as, let's do sheet metal ribbed texture. I've come to find that the more you can put in your query in Google there, the better results you'll get. It'll look at each word and say, okay, you want sheet metal ribbed texture. So here we go. So this is what we initially get here. So these are probably going to be uncolored. Now if I put tan or brown, it might give you even better options here. Well, let's go to images. Okay. Alright, let's add a color to this. So let's go brown. Actually, we'll go tan. Let's fine tune our search query here. Look at that. Okay, cool. I like this one. That looks pretty freaking cool. It's kind of on a slant though. It's not 100% straight. We could always fix that ourselves there, and we got this one. No watermark on it either, so that's nice. It's a little wider than I would like it to be. Oh, this one here. Oh crap, that goes right to... That's not what I want. Oh, I see. These are all ads. Never mind. So any of these textures that we do find, we can always change the color and fine tune it in our paint program. So that's not really a big deal. Let's see. Looks good. So we can go with white. That's got a watermark on it though. Stay away from those. Whoops, my bad. Yeah, this one's got a watermark on it. Why does it keep doing that? How do you do that? See. Well, that was weird. Okay, there we go. What looks good? So what I look for, I guess, as far as on this one here, I want something that's straight on. It doesn't have a lot of skew to it, and it's big enough, right? We don't want anything too small. So if we can get it to where it's pretty much scaled the way we need it, that's even better. This is not too bad. Probably recolor that. I might start with that one, see. Alright, so this is a good candidate. See where this takes us first. Okay, we don't want to go there. Let's just go ahead and save this. Let me guess it does. Cool. Let's save that. We'll just put that on our desktop. Oh man, it's going to do that as a... Dang it. Can I not do this as a PNG? Oh, I hate when they do this web freaking format. That sucks. Let's see. But let me do that. Alright, let's go into our paint program. Let's see if we can load that in. Hopefully it will. Where it at? Got a lot of stuff in my desktop is a bastard. Right. Shoot, did it not save that? I bet you it didn't. Son of a gun. That didn't work like I thought it was going to. Another thing I can do. Oh, here it is right here. Nope, not a valid PNG. Okay, so another thing I can do, if that doesn't work, is just go like this. We'll take a screenshot. Snip it. And use the window snipping tool. More than one way to skin a cat. There we go. Alright, so we'll go ahead and copy that. And paste that into our paint program. Then we can work it from there. I think this would be a good start. I want to color that a little bit differently to be able to depict it a little bit more tan. I need to crop this a little bit. A bit more on the left edge. Zoom in. So I've had my trials, I guess, as far as with GIMP. As far as one of the textures that's available for the 22 mod happens to be a GIMP file, which is XCF format, I think. Whatever format that it is for GIMP. And tried my luck, I guess, as far as doing some painting with the template in GIMP. That's not my flavor. I much rather use Photoshop or Paint Shop. That's what I've come to find, at least anyway. Alright, let's go normal view. There's, looks pretty good. Maybe a little bit more on the top. Anyway, this will be a good start. So now what we want to do, I want to make a copy of that so I have an original. Copy that, edit, paste into a new image, just so I have something to use I'm gonna edit this one. Gosh darn it. There we go. Alright, so now what I want to do is color this and make it look more that color. So more of a tan. So let's see here. Couple ways I can do this. I think initially what I'll do is like this. I'm going to change this to, promote that to a layer. And another layer. Alright, and then we're going to, let me see, what do we got in here in our presets? Go with that one. Flood fill this layer. Alright, and then we're going to change this to overlay. Not bad. Okay, duplicate that. We'll make a screen. Ooh, that's too bright. Let's do multiply. And I can adjust the opacity to that. Ooh, I liking this. Not shabby. Not too shabby. It's time for you to go? Alrighty then, Lady Death. Appreciate you sticking around and stopping in. Filling us in as far as how it's going there. Stay warm, that's for sure. Yeah, you do the same there, Lady Death. I'm not disliking this. See the difference between the original and this new one. We're trying to get it to look like... Here, let me go ahead and open the picture. There's something else we can do. Let's open our picture reference. Let's see, that should be... Yeah, should be in here. Modeling, 2, 3, LaCrosse, pics. We want to open this one up directly in here. Now what we can do is from this picture reference, let's take our eyedropper. So we got some shading on this side and this side does not. So if we can go like this, right? Take my eyedropper for that. If we want to get it closer to what it actually is in the picture reference anyway, you can always take our eyedropper in this fashion. Now I'll go to my layers here. Apply that to our overlay. Let's turn off the multiply. Okay. Let's apply the same thing to the multiply. Okay, let's go like this. Ooh, that's too dark. Let's actually make this a screen. Okay. Basically, all I'm doing is trying to match it up to what we see either on the front side or the side here. This has got shading on it, so that's something I'm taking into consideration. This has got more sunlight to it, even though it's cloudy. It's got less of shading on this as it does on the side. Okay. So the fact that we got semi-white here, unpainted, I guess as far as to start with. Alright, let's do this. I'm going to apply another overlay layer. Let's duplicate this. That's too dark. I can go like this. There we go. Okay, so overlay might not be the way. Let's try soft light. Oh. Difference. That's interesting. Ooh, I like that. Let's see the difference. I want to take some of the highlight out of it. Let's change this one to multiply. Too dark. I'm not disliking that. Okay. Let's see here. Copy this one. That's the third time now. Saying. 82 on the wrist. Nice. Good one there. Stood up too quick. Hey, that happens to those like me. Yeah, he definitely squeezed one out. So yeah, we're gonna copy this layer. Post that to here. Alright, and then we're going to change opacity. Oh, I'm liking that. Just a subtle difference between the original. I'm liking it though. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, so now we can see the difference between the original and that, and how much closer it is to our reference picture. Can't really see the ribs on it as much because of the distortion that's in the picture. There's definitely ribs on that. It's kind of really hard to kind of see it more on the front than you can. Definitely has ribs on it. Yeah, we don't need to know that. Yeah, that definitely sounded wet. Definitely. Alright, we're going to try this. We're going to collapse this one down. Flatten that down. You can always undo that. We'll go edit copy. Now, it's going to be a matter of getting this scaled into our wireframe here. We don't want it to be overscaled, if you will. Alright, so what we're going to have to do is kind of know Alright, so I'm just trying to think here. So these ribs, in reality, usually tend to be about a foot or so apart. It depends on which type you get. There's ones that are 6 inches apart, and there's ones that are 1 foot apart. So I think I would probably go with the 1 foot apart. It's hard to tell in the picture there. And the way we can do this, as far as initially get the texture applied to, via our texture on our model, we'll have to make a 1 foot ruler. And I think I'm going to use this building here. So the one that's in the picture is this shed right here. So what we see in the picture are basically these two. This is going to be our main focus here. That's this one right here, as far as our model. So what we're going to do, we're going to make in max here a 1 foot ruler, a ruler that represents 1 foot, so we can get the spacing of these ribs on our side here, I guess, as far as to be what they are in reality. Evan's got a lurk. You must be working. Are you working there, Evan, today? I guess I didn't ask that yet. Oh, okay. I guess maybe I missed that video. Are we working today, Evan? Or you got the day off? I thought you said you had the day off on Saturdays. I couldn't remember. Alright, so what we're going to do is make a 1 foot ruler. We're going to use a plane. I'm going to set this to 1 length segment and width. Don't need 4. Not necessary. Alrighty then, so we want to go 1 foot, and I need to bring this up here too. Bring our conversion here, so we need meters to feet or feet to meters. Either way, meters to feet to meters. Need our little ruler, our little calculator here. So we want to go 1 foot is equal to, and this works both ways. 1 foot equals this many meters. So this is what we'll need to apply to our ruler once we get it populated. So plane, spit this up this way. I don't think it really matters how long we make it. What's going to matter is the width of that. Well, in this case, the length, the way I've created that. So the width is actually including it this way, and that's considering your Your perspective view, this would be considered width. That's why it's wider. I want it to go by this edge, I guess. You can do it either way, however you want to do it. It's going to be less rotating, I guess, as far as if I do it this end here. So we're going to apply this value that we calculated. Copy that. And paste that to, in this case, our length, which is this end. That. So that's going to be representative of 1 foot. One rib to the other. I'm going to reduce this. I don't need it quite this long. There we go. Make it long enough so it's easy enough to work with. Okay, and then I'm going to put the pivot right on that end. Just to make it a little bit more easier. So that way, just like as you would measure in reality as far as with the tape measure, you have your finger on that end to hold it down type of thing. It's kind of what the purpose of putting the pivot down there. That way, if we need to move it up, you know, pivot it on that edge, we can do that. Okay, let's do pivot. And we want to put this on edge snap. Snap it right on that end. It's pretty much anywhere on that end. I move the bottom plane? What do you mean? It may have looked like I did. I didn't think I did, though. Let me check it, though. No, you're talking about the ground plane. Okay. I know it might look kind of funky, I guess, as far as on stream that it shifted, but I was paying attention as far as making sure that I didn't. Let me double check, though. I don't think I did. No. Might have been your eyes. Because that's totally going right back to where I started with the plane. And, no, we should be alright. That ground plane is only being used, I guess, as far as for the placement of these. That's not a part of the model. Just to kind of make clarity. The only thing that's in the model is just these buildings, these individual sheds. I'm only using that ground plane as a reference, if you will. Yeah, I think you were seeing stuff. I was paying really close attention. That's why I was kind of zoomed in really far. Just to ensure that I wasn't shifting anything that I didn't want to. That's definitely a good thing. So I'm going to see if I can redo all that. Won't let me redo that? Probably not. Alright, we'll have to do this again. Backed it all the way out. Alright, no problem. Not a big deal. We can go like this. Just start over again. So if we go create. Plane. He's still on 1. Cool. Spread this out. Like that. And then we want to... That should still be on our clipboard. Paste that in. Yep. Cool. That's representative of 1 foot. Marvelous. And then we'll just affect our pivot. And edge snap that right to here. Now if we really did... Well, actually... Zoom in on that. Where is it snapping at? Just anywhere on this edge. If I want to zero this out into here... I can take the difference of that. It's not going to be that critical, I guess, as far as with this ruler to have it directly centered, I guess, on that edge. Okay, now we can take it from here and basically snap this. Over here, we can use this as a ruler now. And this is only going to help scale once we get the texture with our newly conformed texture, I guess, as far as applied, it'll help us get these ribs scaled properly along the side of the building. That's all this here is going to serve as. All right, that's our ruler for that. All right, let's continue with our texture. So I'm just going to initially get these applied, I guess, to the sides, and then we'll be able to scale that properly. Now we can go back and forth between scaling it in the texture itself and or on the unwrap, the texture unwrap. But depending on how much room that we have to be able to stretch it out and how much spacing we got there, we might have to adjust this onto the texture or on the unwrap within the max itself. So we have that adjustability between the two, either adjusting the texture or the UV unwrap. Okay. What we do need to do, since this is the sides as far as the green. Oh, that's the roof, my bad. It's a good thing I color coordinated those. So the sides are going to be the yellow, which is all this right here. We can keep this in this orientation. Copy that. And paste this as a new layer. I can already tell I'm going to have to scale this way down to get that to fit in there. Alright, so let's do deformation. Whether or not, the way I do this is if it'll already be that, based on the ruler that we got in there, you might not have to do any adjustment at all. Very little, but we'll see as we get to that point. I'm just doing some simple deformation to that original texture there within our layer template. And I can already tell that's going to be too wide. So probably what I'll do, I'll do some initial scaling in here just to kind of guesstimate where I think that's probably going to end up being. Like this. That's probably a little too much. Not. Ooh, man, that distorts it pretty bad, though. Don't really like how it's distorting that. Alright, so maybe what I'll do is to maintain some clarity in this deal. Let's try that. I know that's going to be too wide. I can already tell right off the bat that's going to be way too wide. That's going to be much wider than the 1 foot. But I'm going to continue with this. Do a copy. I'm still in the same layer that I just created. Do selection this time. It'll just fill this in as far as our wire for that. Have to overlap it this way. Yep. Just like you would apply them in reality, you would overlap the rib to another rib. Something like that. Don't like that. So that original texture should still have that black line on that there. I can always clean that up. Okay. And next. Oh, stop. Jeez. Yeah. Why you keep... Quit stopping! Yes, I'm still here. Just yelling at my playlist. No worries. Okay, so I already know this is going to be too wide. 100%. But we'll see how wide. We'll leave it like this and determine as far as how wide it is. We might be able to take this whole thing and scale it down now. I wasn't liking how it was distorting it and it just looked like crap. I'm going to clean this one up here as well as that one there, though. Let's take our clone tool. Zoom in on that. Clean this up a little bit. Take that messiness out of there. That's better. At least it doesn't have that dark line. I could go all the way back and just fix the original texture that I copied in here, but this is just as easy. Just as easy. Alright, and then I got one right over here. This isn't too bad here. It's just made a little dark right here. Yeah, that'll look better. So this is just another part of the process of, it's one thing to build the model, get that looking the way you need it to. It's quite another one as far as developing the texture for it. I don't have very steady hands when it comes to doing this type of thing. I have to undo quite a bit, so just be aware of that. And yeah, so cheesecake, I don't know. We haven't given the bot cheesecake before, so we'll have to see. He didn't like that too much. Nope. So no chalupas or cheesecake. Taking notes there, Yasso? Make sure take notes, I guess, as far as what the bot likes and then what it don't like. Alright, so some of this that's hanging over here, I'm going to kind of cut that off there. So this green here represents our wireframe for our model. So we still got some yellow here, so I'll have to do a little bit more distortion of that. Deformation of it, I guess. Okay. Alright, so with that, we're going to go ahead and select all that. And go like that. And then we're going to do some more deformation. Just to kind of fill it in our wireframe. Oh, I see how you're going to be. I'll get that black off of that. See, that's the original texture that I used. It had that black on there, so by deforming this, it's just making that wider. So I'll have to clean that up. Not a big deal. Okay. That's actually not too bad. I will have to probably rescale it in the texture here, but we'll see how much we're off. That might be sufficient. I got a feeling that's going to be way too wide. I think for an initial... Whoa, there's one. I saw that one out of the corner of my eye. That's 2 jackpots for you. GG's on that. Get the GG's out in the... Got the GG emote. Alright, where else do we need this type of texture? We need it on the gable ends. This is one of the gable ends, so I'm going to keep this same conformity as this one. So while we're still in the same layer, we're going to copy this and paste it to there. And I'll probably want to extend that up to the peak here, so we'll have to see how that'll work out for us. New selection, yep. Alright, I already see what I'll need to do here. I'm going to center this up and back so, and then we're going to form this a little bit. I don't know how that's going to work. I wonder if I can get away with this all the way up to the peak. So we want that rib to go all the way up to the peak, obviously. And then instead of extending it out this way, I want it to maintain, I guess, the same amount of scaling, I guess, as far as on the sides. I'm going to copy this. I'll paste that into a new layer so that I can actually line that up, and then I'll cut off what I don't need in that new layer. That it maintains the conformity on the back side as well as the other sides. That, you know, just uniformity. So if I stretch it at this point here, it's going to make those ribs wider. That's going to look different from the sides. That's not going to look good. Okay. That'll be no bueno. So we want to take this, or even this, but I think I'll take this. Copy that. Oh, hold on. I gotta select it first. Copy this. Paste this into a new layer. Line it up this way. There we go. Now in this layer, now that I got it in a separate layer from our original, I can slice this off. Right here. Whoops, too far. Go right there. Slice that off. There we go. Now, once I get this all done here, I'll be able to combine with, you know, the individual layers, so that's all one layer. Kind of get the idea. In an effort to keep everything uniform, this is what we do. Alright, so now I can take this and put it on the other gable end here. So while we're in this layer, copy that. gonna go back to this layer. I only created that other layer so I have something chop off without touching the other layer. Primarily, I only want to use this initial layer that I created here as my final product. So I'll end up merging this one with that one just to kind of make it all one layer once I'm done. Is new selection. Oh crap, what happened there? No. I did this. Try that again. Oh, I see what you. That's not okay. Let me go ahead and just combine this. Turn these off. Oops, not that one. These two I want to combine, so I'm gonna go layers, merge. Now those are all one layer. That's 3. That's another. You've got a 200, 300, and a 500. Yeah, just about all of them except 1,000 yet. Drink a sip. That's funny. That's funny. Alright, let's bring our wire back. Alright, so now I've got it merged. There, now I can work with just the one layer. This will work better. Alright, so let's do a copy. Paste this to this gable end. Now if I scaled the UVs right, there'd be much difference between the two. So that's a little bit off. As far as from top to bottom, side to side, but not by much. Not by much. A little bit of deformation here. Not too much. Marvelous. Just a little, just a smidget off. Not too much off though. Like that. Cool. So now we got both the gable ends and the sides. And this is just initial, you know, texturing here. I'll probably have to do some adjustment based on that ruler I got in the max there. Zoom that out a little bit, see how we look. Alright, so we got all our sides. Now we need to get the roof. That's just going to be more of a raw metal texture. I'm going to back this one up actually. Yep. Just in case we do need to make some adjustments to that. I think this is going to work out though. I like this one so far. You're going to head out, I guess, and go stream some non-bazoo? Yeah, you call it kazoo? Yeah. I have fun with that there, trucking guy. Yeah, I'm going to be checking that out, I guess, as far as post-stream, too, to see what that insight you gave me as far as going to help me out. Buildings for... Is that what... Were you asking a question there, Torch? About LaCrosse? Yeah, this is for LaCrosse. I don't know if that was posed as a question. Making some NASCAR skins. Oh, Gaming with Alchemy. I was gonna say, what the heck? Welcome in, Alchemy. How we doing? Yeah, we're making some, we're texturing our model for the storage facility for LaCrosse, yes. So this is our picture reference. So we're just getting some initial texturing, I guess, applied. So the lines, the green lines in here represent our wire mesh to our model, which is here. So we're just, right now they're just color organized here, I guess, as far as the sides, the roof, and so on. And we're just applying some more realistic textures, I guess, as far as to that based on our wire. That's kind of in a nutshell what we're doing. How are we doing there anyway there? Oh, come here, I hope you're doing well. Torch is tracking me up. Torch has already got three jackpots so far. Nobody's challenging him. He's got a 200, a 300, and a 500. He hasn't gotten a 1,000 yet. He's trying hard though. Oh, you streamed some ATS today. Nice. How did that go? How did that go? I did hear Junior over at the Outhouse, he was going to be doing some convoys. Was that in relation to that? Obviously, I'm streaming, I guess, during the time he would be doing it, so, where all that goes. You didn't crash, well, that's always good. We need to get a texture here for our roof. I think we can use this as a base. We might even be able to go so far as just to leave it just the way it is and not color it. I think that's what I'll try for here initially. It's kind of like a dull gray type of color. Going by our picture reference anyway. Yeah, so as long as you didn't crash, I guess that's always a positive. How many loads did you do? Was it just, yeah, how many did you do? Yeah, I am gonna color this. I guess I talked myself into it. We're gonna make this a little bit more of a grayish color. So again, I'm gonna make a copy of this. Paste this new image, just so we still have the original one here to deal with. And we can compare how much we're changing it. Okay, let's take this. We're going to make this a layer. Make a copy of this. Actually, no. And make a new layer. Empty. And let's apply it with this. Put that in. We're going to make that an overlay. Let's try multiply. That's not bad. That's kind of what I was going for. I want it to be like maybe a little bit less though. Not quite so gray. Maybe something like that. I like that. So there's our original, this our gray. I think that's going to be more well matched as far as to our. We just tried to stream it super early this morning. So no convoy. You just did like single player. And if you did stream it, is that going to be posted on the YouTube? Be sure to check that out if you did. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and collapse this down. A lot of cool friends showing up today. I appreciate everybody dropping in. See what we got going on here for Spline Design Studios Saturday. We try to be creative. It's a little bit chill. No, nothing chaotic. At least we try to anyway. Try to keep it relatively chill and relaxing. Alright, so this is what we're going to use here, but we got to turn it sideways to be able to go. So our mapping to this one here, this is the short end and then the long end. So just as it looks here and here. So we got to go sideways as opposed to up. There's one. Now you've got all of them there, Torch. Ask and you shall receive, huh? Not yet for now. It's on Twitch. Oh, so it's on Twitch. I gotcha. So just getting some further clarification, I guess, as far as so you should do that on the Twitches. Nice. Keeping in mind, you do have the I know you do have the YouTube channel too. That's what I was wondering. Yeah, if you got to get some hype out there for Torch, he's got all the jackpots. A relatively short period of time to stream. You've only been streaming for... Holy crap, we already got 2 hours. Holy crap, time flies when you're having fun. At least we're getting into some of the creative things here. So once we get this texture, we'll be able to apply that to our model and get that into the game, into the sim, and be able to check it out. Sandbox first, and then obviously in the game. We always like to test it out in the sim. Yep, so you got the GG emotes. If you're following the channel, feel free to use those. Those are for everybody's use. If you are following the channel. Let's go ahead and rotate this guy to the... I'll do it to the right. We can do either the left or right, it doesn't matter. So image, rotate. I'm gonna do all layers to the right. 90 degrees. Cool. Now we're gonna go copy that. Paste that, and I think we're gonna keep that in this layer. Keep all of this texture that we're applying based on our wire in one layer. You post the Twitch streams on YouTube after they come down from there. Right. I gotcha. That's kind of what I do too. I've been super duper slacking getting some of the Twitch VODs over to the YouTube. I need to get off my butt and do that. I've been very, very lazy, I guess, in that regard. Selection. Okay, we're gonna do a deformation to this. Oh wow, I already know that's gonna be way too wide. Okay. Holy mackerel, that's gonna be way too wide. Alrighty then. So when I say too wide, as far as the ribs, as far as crosshead, that's gonna be super duper. I'm gonna do just like I did here. To scale it up, what I feel where it needs to be, and then we can go from there. Wait a minute, why didn't I? Oh, I did do that. Okay, good. Never mind. I'm just crazy. I'm just fine. You're crazy. I can't see the markers on that. What the? Can't see my deformation marks there. What the heck's going on here? Try that again. Oh, there it is. Make it just kind of blend in there is all. There we go. Alright, let's shrink this up this way. Yeah, probably something like that. Holy crap, another one. Oh, and Alchemy got one. Nice! Man, first try. Talk about beginner's luck. Holy mackerel. Wow. Cool. Did you get the wow, that was the first try too. That's crazy. I don't think there's anybody on stream that has gotten the maximum jackpot, I guess, as far as a first shot. That's crazy. I think Torch and Yasso maybe a little bit. I'm kind of buttering the bot up there a little bit. You've been feeding it. Keep it in mind, you don't want to feed the bot any chalupas or cheesecake. Bot doesn't like that, so just keep that in mind. Wow, so first 10 units of fluid that you put in the slot machine and you got the maximum jackpot. That's crazy. And just a reminder for anybody that is tuned into the stream, you aren't earning yourself units of fluid even as the stream is live, so. Torch. Back me up with that. Hey, bot's not done yet. Bot isn't done yet. How many is that now, Torch? I think that's 4, right? Yeah, you've gotten the 200, 300, 500, and that's 4, so that's 5. That's 5 now. Holy crap! Yeah, I was keeping track. That's 5. That's 5 right now because 4 was the main jackpot, the 1,000. So it seems to be helping, I guess, as far as to buy the bot some drinks and that. Cool. Got to keep him happy. All right, let's go like this. That doesn't look too bad. Let's go ahead and start that. Now I can take this and copy it. Base is a new selection. See, I got that black line there still. I need to clean that up in there. I can just clone it. Yeah, there we go. I'll clean that up with a clone. It'll be alright. Paste as let's see. I'll have to do the same thing like I did before. I'll make this as a new layer so that it doesn't blend into already got there. That right there. Damn, Torch. Definitely making, yeah, bot's happy now. Yep, now we're at 6. Oh yeah, that's definitely good. I think I said, and that's the first try. Nobody, I don't think, on stream, in the history of playing slots on the stream, there has gotten that on the first try. So that's a huge, huge accomplishment. Yeah, so I need to clone, get that dark line out of there. We don't want that in there. Looks like doo-doo, so oh. Whoop. Get away there. I don't have very steady hands, so. And this is why I don't usually show on streaming as first. So I guess that's why I did all the initial texturing that I got for the color coding on this texture off stream. It's kind of brutal to watch, I guess, as first. Alright, so that one's out. This one out. Hello? Wait a minute. Oh, that's in a different layer, that's right. My bad. I'm gonna go to this one. I'm gonna end up merging that here in just a second. Dirty rotten thing. There we go. Oh, still screwed it. Oh, you keep getting at 300. What the heck? It seems to be stuck on the 300 units fluid. That's 2 of those in a row. Wow. What is your record anyway for number of jackpots on the stream? Is it 11? I want to say it's 11. I can fix that. Yeah, I think your record is 11. That was crazy. The fact that you're getting so many, I guess, as far as it's still relatively early in the stream. Is that 11 you got as far as your current record so far has been over the course of it? Most of the streams run about a good 3 to 4 hours or longer. There we go. Now that one. So that's our roof. Well, now I'll probably have to rescale that, I'm sure. See how that works. So now I need to merge. Back again. Take these two and go layers, merge, visible. All those are merged again. Noise. So this is all still in one layer. Marvelous. Okay. So that's our roof and our sides. Now we need to get the doors. And I'll be applying, this is the smaller buildings here. I'll be applying this same one here to these UVs. Much the same fashion. So I figure let's look for some doors though first. Let's find some doors. My goodness. Never a dull moment here though, I guess, huh? Alright, let's find some doors. We need to find, these are trusty dusty Google search here. We're gonna find some brown garage door. Oh, look at this. Nice. Got some nice options here. I like this one here. Even this one. Oh yeah, I think that'll work out good. That would probably work out fantastic right there. Let's save this. Actually, the more I look at it, hold on. It's got different highlights, so the lighting on it is kind of funky. It's not like uniform across the whole thing. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. What other options we got there? That's not bad. I initially look at it. I just don't like the lighting on it. Get a lot of adjustment to that. Let's see. Always like to try to look for something that's like straight on with good lighting. That's almost like this exact size I need to have. What about this one? That's interesting. I could always take the handles off and recolor it. I like that because it does have the squares that we can see on the actual deal here. It's kind of hard to tell, but it does have the individual squares on it. I think I can use this. It's got a lot more uniform light to it. I can recolor it, take these handles off, at least these two. Yeah, I'm gonna try this one. Save image. It's doing that web thing. Alright, so I'm gonna have to do like I did before. I'll take a window snippet. More than one way to skin the cat. There we go. And then we'll do copy that. Paste it into our paint program. Voila. Okay, now need to do any further cropping, and maybe a little bit on the bottom and the left edge. Yeah. Just a little bit. Let's zoom in. See what the heck I'm doing. It's too much. There we go. That's better. That looks better. Okay, now what we can do is color this a little bit differently now. So let's remove these handles. Use my clone tool. Let's size that up a little bit. There's a couple different ways I can do this. I can do the clone tool and do it like this. Or I can go like this. This might work too. I'm going to actually make this, promote this to a layer. Yeah, let's do it this way. I'm going to copy this section. I think this will work out a little bit better actually. Copy that. Paste a new selection and put it right over top of this. Like it was never there. Okay, now I think I'm just gonna take this handle off too. I can always put a different handle on it afterwards, so I want to be able to color this and make it a different color. So if I do that, it's gonna actually include the handle. So I think I'm just gonna take that off. It's kind of more decorative anyway. So I'll do the same thing as I did in that spot. Copy like this. Paste as new selection. Voila. I think that'll work. Alright, now we need to recolor this to that dark brown color, which is based on our picture reference here, that color. So we're going to take, we got this in our paint program, this picture reference. Alright, so we're going to take our eyedropper, grab that color, and we're going to make a new layer out of this. Now we got it in our color swath here. We'll flood that new layer. Okay, and then we'll do multiply. Ooh, okay. I want to do this. I'm going to do grayscale on this. I want to be able to tone this down or I color it, I guess. Let me try something here. Let's go. A couple different ways I can do this too. Colors, grayscale. I think this might work, and then I'm gonna boost the colors back up to 16 million. There. Gives me that result. Oh, I see what it did. Okay. All right, now from here, I'm gonna do negative image. Yep. Colors, do a negative image. Maybe? Let's try this. Change this color back. That's a multiply. Why is that making that so dark? I guess that's because it's multiply. Let's try screen. Oh, overlay. Nope. Yeah, I don't know if I like that negative image that I applied to that. Let's get that back. Yeah, I don't think I like that. So this, and then I'll just go duplicate this layer. I'm looking for a particular look here. I like this look, but I don't like the way that with that negative image. We're gonna take this. Oh, I did that wrong again. Crap. Just want a new layer. Take this white, plug that in, make that a screen, and that back on. That didn't work the way I thought it would. Let's overlay. To multiply. Yeah. Not working the way I was hoping. Screen. Hard light. Oh, you dirty rat, you. I need to change the color of this back. There we go. That's what I'm talking. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Alright, let's change this to green. Overlay. This one's still white. Leave that in overlay. Back to screen. That doesn't work, so let's try multiply. Okay, overlay. Screen. No. Alright. Beat that layer. Sometimes you gotta fool around with it a little bit. Get the look you want.
You can do it!
I can do it! I'm trying to do it. Can you recommend a free paint program that can layer texture? GIMP is one, although I don't really like to use it. GIMP is out there, and also paint.net. Those are both free. Yeah, so as far as any recommendations for free paint programs, that's the only two at the top of my head I can think of there, Alchemy. GIMP right now, as far as in fact, I was mentioning earlier, I guess, as far as how I had to use GIMP for a layered template or Macar texture for the mod that we use for the simulation that we're going to be testing out a little bit. For me, I'm so well tenured, I guess, as far as in Paint Shop Pro and Photoshop. GIMP is a little bit out there for me, but for somebody new, it might be useful, I guess. So I'm kind of spoiled when it comes to how the user interface, I guess, as far as for such paint programs like I'm using here, Paint Shop Pro and Photoshop, in comparison to GIMP. GIMP is a little bit different for me, as well as Paint.net, but those are both totally free paint programs. In fact, GIMP actually, they ask you, as far as when you go to GIMP, to their website to download their latest, they recommend, I guess, as far as potentially donating. And I think it's well worth it. I've donated to them before too. This is a nice program. This is a recommendation though. Hopefully that helps. You want to make outfits for my avatar? I have $0. Hey, I hear you. I totally hear you. Okay, so that's not too bad. I want to make it a little bit more brown. Maybe if I take some of the screen out of it. Okay. Don't seem to be doing anything. What the heck? This one's not doing a damn thing. Interesting. Wow, so the this one here seems to be the dominant layer right here. Interesting. Okay. This is the normal. I'm gonna change this Yeah, I got an idea. Let's put this in here, flood that in there with that. Change the opacity to it. Oh, baby, I'm liking this. Aw, yeah. I don't like it that it's kind of whitewashed, though. That's not bad, though. I think I can work with this one. I want to make it a little bit more darker. That's why I wanted that multiply in there. Let's duplicate this one. Some multiply. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. A little closer. Let's take a little bit of the multiplication out. Oh, yeah. I like it. It shows that the emboss for the squares. Not even using a normal map. That's pretty cool. Alright, let's go ahead. We're going to go with this. This looks pretty cool. Let's go layers, merge, flatten. Scoot that down a little bit. Now we can put this in with our door in this area. Okay, so we're going to do copy that. Paste that into there. Like so. Oh my goodness, that thing is huge. Let's stretch this out a little bit. Hello. There we go. Oh shoot, I'm moving the whole layer. Oh no, I'm not. Cool. I was moving the whole layer. I didn't want to do that. Alright, I'm only moving my selection. Sweet. Now I'll be able to deform this and right into that square. Hopefully we don't lose too much of the detail of that. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Nice. I like it. Cool. Alright, let's go ahead. Oh yeah, that'll work out nice. Cool, so that's for our garage door. Now we need a man door. And for that, it does have a knob on it, obviously. And we want it to be, let's see if we can tell in our picture. Kind of see the knob on there. It's kind of more of a handle, not a knob. So it's probably got like a key code type of thing on it, probably. See, these do have power in it too. Notice that. Got lighting. Interesting. Whether or not we'll actually get that detail with it, probably not. But what I can initially tell on here, they got more of like a keypad type of probably deal on it to get inside. And then once you get that door open there, you can actually open the doors probably from the inside. What my guess is. Okay. Alright. So what we can do here, let me do some initial key searches here, I guess, as far for keypad door entry. Let's see what this gives us. Oh, yep, and this is kind of what I was thinking of too. Well, something like that. Handle on it. Need something more straight on though. Like this, but only silver. Yeah, so maybe something like that, or this. Yeah. Let's see here. This might work. I think we can work with this one. Let's try this one here. Save that. It gives me a option. Yep, well, JPEG, that'll work too.
Royalty-free music. Discover Epidemic Sound.
Techno Axe on YouTube.
Safest music
That's where you can find some.
creators with over 35,000 tracks and 90,000 sound effects.
Highly recommended if you want to find any royalty-free music on YouTube. Techno Axe. That's what I've been using as far. So if anybody's looking for that, my plug for them. There you have it. Do no thanks on that. Highly recommended though. Alright, so it's making sure that's going to stay on there for me for a minute. There we go. Alright, so we got that saved. We're going to bring that into our paint program. Scroll that out a little bit. So you can see what we got here so far. As far as we got our door, we got our sides, we got our roof. Now we're working on the man door. Yeah, feel free to look up at that. And it's not it's Tekno X AXE on YouTube. All right. Cool. So let's open up that texture that we just saved. Should be on our desktop. Finally got one that's not. So this one right here. Cool. So we'll have to clean up the background here a little bit. That's no problem. Let's promote this to layer. Whoop. Change the tolerance on that. That's better. There we go. Spank out all that what we don't need. That should work. Fabulous. Now we can take it from here. This is pretty big to start off here, so we're gonna go image information. Oh yeah, that's pretty big. So we want to go image resize, and I'll make it not too small. It's like that, and I'll have to size it from there. Let's do copy. Yeah, I got an idea. Cool. So copy that. I'm gonna paste this as a new layer in here. Yes. Paste it, layer. It's gonna be too big. That's fine. Now we can just size it up onto our man door. Whoa, what happened there? Okay. That was funky. I'll do a deformation. If you can keep your head when all about you this. And blaming it on you. If you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their hello? If you can wait and not be tired by waiting or being lied about. Whoa, that kind of skipped. What the heck was up with that? Okay. Alright then. Threw me off a little bit. Alright. Evan came back. Oh, you didn't actually stink up the place then this time? Suds. Did you get some suds? You got to sell some suds, did you? Bot's gonna hit soon. You think? Nice. Oh, there. See, I had to say it. Thanks. Appreciate it. Alright, so I'm just sizing up our knob here onto our man door. I'm probably going to lose a lot of the detail to it, and that's fine. That's to be expected. But you'll get the general gist as far as if there's going to be a handle here, at least anyway. Something like that. You get the idea though, right? There we go. So we got our door handle on that. I think. Yeah, because we want to make sure we don't want the handle hanging over the edge of the door, right? That makes sense. They might even have it going the other way. They might even have one of the times where it's the thumb click type of deal. So we could probably get rid of the actual handle and at least have this keypad deal. I think that's the approach I might take to it. Yeah, I think I got an idea. Yeah, I got an idea here. Let's see. Probably just do that. There we go. this over a little bit. Oh yeah, I like that. So at least you'll get the impression that there's some type of a handle there. With a keypad type of deal. You haven't had alcohol in 38 years? Wow. Wow. I don't know what I'd do, though. I gotta have, you know, I'm like social when it comes to that. I'm not like a crazy drunk or anything like that, but yeah. Time to eat? Alright. Enjoy your eats. Appreciate you stopping by, Alchemy. Hopefully, yeah, you got some insight, I guess, as far as for paint programs and all that stuff. Is I'll have to go check out that Twitch VOD, I guess, as far as with the ATS there. I don't know if is my shout out working? Let me see. Yeah, I think I fixed I did that last week. I should fix that, so I think it's working. So for anybody that wants to go check out, as well as Evan the Bandito, he's been playing some Project Wildfire lately. Or not, oh my god, I got Project Wildfire in the brain. Project Zomboid. So the fact that Project Wildfire, which is related to 2003, and Project Zomboid both got project in it, so I had that on the brain, so don't beat me up too bad. Let me see here. Will this do that? It's gonna work for me. First. Hey, it did work. Look at that. Boys. So it was between gaming with Alchemy. She's like she mentioned, she's got she did a stream over on Twitch figures as far as with ATS. And also has a YouTube channel, so feel free to check out that one. And also Evan the Bandito playing that Project Zomboid. Put a shout out for that too. Work? Oh, did I spell it wrong again? I did. I keep putting the space in there. Alright, let me try that again. I did that last time too. You didn't call me out on it though. Appreciate that. I don't know why I always find it necessary to put the space between the Bandito and that. There it is. There you go. There's the appropriate right there. So you were never able to stop once I started. So I quit when I was 25. Oh, as far as the drinking, yeah. Yeah, special occasion. I guess you could say it's the same for myself. I'm kind of like a social. I don't have to have one every day, but it tends to be the norm as of late. It's kind of my somewhat of a stress relief. I got to drink and play games, but I try not to drink to get, you know, like totally plastered. It's a work in progress. Absolutely, Alchemy. Very much. Okay, I'm just checking to make sure everything is running smooth here. I had a little bit of a burp in the stream there, but I think it seems to be settled down now. Cool. Yeah, I don't like plaster level. I don't like to either, but sometimes it does happen. I have to admit. Alright, now we just need to color in our Mandor. Now we got our handle established. Totally understandable there, though. Alchemy. Feels good at the moment, but not next morning, right? How many? What's your tolerance? I guess anyway, Evan. As far as can you have like a 6-pack without getting like totally hammered? I can go through a 6-pack like nobody's business of any type of beer. No problem for me. I got a very high, I don't know, would it be considered a high tolerance or low tolerance if you can drink quite a bit. But if it's not the suds, I like to definitely like my Spice Captain and Coke too. We were talking about that last night in Evan's stream, I guess, about proving him wrong, I guess, as far as Coke is better than Pepsi. And I told him that, yeah, we had a little bit of a discussion over there, I guess, as far as Coke is only better when you mix it with rum. Right? But it's a low number. Oh, well, hey, there ain't nothing, ain't no shame here. I was just curious. What's my favorite beer? My all-time favorite beer, it's kind of a toss-up between Newcastle and Guinness, as far as the darker beers. Now, lighter beers, as far as lagers, you know, I go for my, you know, I like go for a Bud. Go for Bud Light, or even maybe a Miller. Michelob's pretty good too. Hey, that don't look too bad. I like that. We got our man door and our regular door. This is a little bit darker, I noticed though too. All right, let's do this. Copy that, and we're gonna paste that into here. Ooh, that's, whoa! What happened there? What the heck? Way too dark. Okay, hold on. Oh, I'm not in the same. Wait, yeah. Yeah, that's the same layer. Okay, cool. Try that again. That went way too dark, though. Yikes, why is that so dark? Hold on. Alright, let's see if we can fix it this way. That's interesting. Something like that. Why is that going so dark? I don't have any. That's weird. Oh, multiply layers right now. Why is that making it so dark? Holy mackerel, what the heck is going on there? Okay. Don't have any, what the heck is going on? Trying to figure out why that's making that so dark when I use that color. The heck? Oh, I got this on. Oh, that's why. Got my blend mode on. Don't have it on RGB. That's why. That would do it. I gotta put this on normal. RGB 41. Sweet. There we go. Now we're talking. Let's try this again. Must have been playing around with the blending options there and something else what I was doing. There we go. That's better. That turned out pretty good between our garage door and our man door with our handle. Sweet. Very cool. Very nice. So now what I want to do is take some of these other areas here and apply this to that smaller building. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. Let's see, you had a really bad experience with Fireball? Yeah, I don't even want to go with Fire. No, thank you. Probably about the most that I would probably do as far as like the really spicy liquors would be that Jack Daniels, I think it is. I think it's Kentucky Fire. That's probably about the extreme I would go. Even then, that's a bit much for me. As far as those spicy ones. You drink a 32 ounce an hour on an empty. Oh, that's no bueno, man. You gotta eat something, yeah. Yeah, that sounds rough. Oh, no, can we follow them with the Bandito? Yeah, feel free to check him out. He's been streaming. I think you'll be streaming tonight. There yet too, Evan. Doing some Project Zomboid, possibly. Noise. Oh yeah, hopefully be able to check them out. I guess as far as yeah, so I'll definitely make sure you follow the channel and keep the notifications on for when the stream goes live. Just like over here, if you're not following already, make sure you're hitting the follow button. Keep those notifications on for when the streams go live. Also, feel free to join the Discord, Rock Nation Discord. I'm also on the Twitter. I got the links posted on the channel, as well as the commands here in the chat. So if the bot hasn't put it out there, let me put it out there. Give you all the links, I guess, as far as for the Rock Nation Discord. I'm also on the Twitter, and we got our Spline Design Studio Facebook group page, which kind of serves as our forums for the website. Feel free to use any of those links and visit on the regular to know what's going on post-stream, pre-stream, and everything else in between. And the posts are quite a bit on the regular, so definitely make sure to tune into those. Alright, so now all we need to do is get these pieces for the bigger upscale buildings. I shouldn't say upscale, but the larger scale buildings to the smaller building here, which is in this area. So now that they're all basically all the same orientation as the others, we'll just have to size it up to the wire of the model that's over in that area. Alright, so all of this should be, besides this here, I'm going to rename this one here to and/or handle. That way I know what's going on with this layer. So I can feel free to toggle that on or off. Sweet. I think while I'm at it here, since I've gotten this far, I'm going to go ahead and save this layer template to save my progress. Voila. Cool. And then I can turn off this layer. Cool. Just making sure all those are all still separate. I appreciate the recommendation there, Elkin. We do try to have a little bit of fun, I guess, in there. But also in Evan's Discord, too. We've going back and forth between, lately, it seems. But yeah, definitely feel free there. We do get into voice chat and just text chat it up in there. As far as in between streams, pre-streams, and all that. Oh, Torch trying to get that early shot in. Bot caught you. Alright, so let's go ahead and copy what we need out of this layer to the other one. Alright, so we'll copy this. This is the roof. This is the roof here, and that's the sides. I'm going to do this as new selection. And we're going to have to deform this bit in there. Like so. Should work out pretty nicely, I hope. Wishful thinking. Oh, another 500. How many is that now? Is that 8? I think I lost count. 10? What happened to 9? I guess I've been slacking. I thought you were only on like 8 or 9. You're the ones keeping count. I guess I'm not really keeping it. Alright, let's do that. I think the last that I was counting was 7. Got nothing. Hey, what was crazy there, Evan, I don't know if you saw that. Alchemy can come in here in the first try, the first 10 units of fluid, you know, the first dime dropped in the slots, you got the 1,000. I don't think that's ever been done on stream. Can be considered a good luck charm, maybe. Alright, so there's that. That's the roof. Now we need to get the sides. Busy making stuff for my channel. That's very understandable. Very understandable. Okay, copy this. Just whenever you can. There's no obligation whatsoever to have there. But if you're looking for some good times, I guess as far as sometimes look in the Discord. Alright, I need to deform this one. See how this one looks here. So this one's a little bit longer. shrink this up. Boy, okay. Might have to half this out like that. Let's try it something like that. I don't like the way it's distorting that. You can still see the ribs, but it's kind of stepping on, I guess, as far as the clarity of it. Kind of bothers me in a way. It's not too bad, I guess. Alright, now let me take this. Copy that. Push that in. Something like that, and we'll cut off what's outside of the wire here. Oops, not that close. There we go. So there's that side. And I'm pretty sure I'm already going to have to rescale in the texture here. I think this spacing of the ribs are going to be way too wide, but we do have the ruler in here, I guess, as far as to determine that or not. Okay. So we got our roof and our sides. Now we just got to get the gable ends. Do that next. And I can probably use either one of these gables to apply it to that smaller building. Alright, let's do that. Okay, do edit this as new selection. Ooh, okay, hold on. Yeah, I'll put this in a new layer. See, it's kind of stepping on some of the pieces that I already got in there, so I don't want it to do that. And I can totally deform that while it's still selected there. In fact, I can. Man, let's try that. Let's try it that way, just for that. So even as long as I keep this selected and don't take off that selection there, and worry about it stepping on anything else that's in here, I can use the deform while that's still selected. That way, it doesn't step on that. Otherwise, if I clicked out of that selection, it'd totally be stepping on, I guess, as far as what I already got in there. I don't want to do that. Okay. I think I'm going to keep that scaling so it matches as far as what we got here. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Yeah. We'll go ahead and that. Oh, got to move it down. I gotta move it down. Put it off on the bottom. There we go. And now we can cut off what we don't need here. Like so. So there's the one gable. Now we can take this and apply it to that. And again, just like before, I don't want to stretch this out and change the spacing on the ribbings there. I know I'm going to have to adjust it based on that ruler that's in max, and we'll get to that. But I don't want to change the. If I were to stretch this out from where it is, I'm going to change that uniformity of the ribs, and I don't want to do that. So nothing else. What I want to do is line this up like so, and I can change it on up there as far as the peak. That's no problem. Let's grab it from here, stretch that up. That's not as much of a problem as stretching it this way. It's going to change the spacing of the ribs, and I don't want to do that. So if I still need to fill this in here, so I just keep it selected, copy that, and then paste it as a new selection, and just put that on. That way it maintains that uniformity of ribs. There we go, and then we can chop off what we don't need. Things off the edge. Cool. Noish. Okay, so that's all done. At least that's our initial layout for the ribs there. Again, we'll probably have to make some changes to the scaling of these ribs, the spacing of that. We'll find that out once we get it. The texture made, applied to the model, and we'll go from there. These doors should be fine though. That's probably about the only thing we won't have to adjust. Okay, save it again. that much completed. And then we'll take the wire off and turn this layer off. I only need this at this point. Now, I'm keeping it magenta in the background, only because somewhere at some point, Racer James was mentioning as far as being able to open some of the doors in some of these, so we'll need transparency for that in order to apply that option for having doors open and half open. So I'm leaving it magenta in the background, but at least for this point here, I'm not going to have any alpha channel in the model, at least for now. But we will have that adjustability for it later on. I think what I am going to do, turn that back on. No, actually I can turn this off. I want to rename this. Let's just put this as texture. That's what I forgot to do. That's better. Now we'll save it again as a layered template. Cool. Now we'll go ahead and flatten her down and save this as a bitmap. And again, I'm saving it as a bitmap so we can potentially open that up into, so if we were to get the transparency applied to it, I'd open that up in Wimit 2, save it as a TGA, pick that magenta as my transparent color, and then be able to apply that directly to the model. That'll give me transparency and alpha channel to the model. So that's that flexibility we'll have with it later on. So for now, we're keeping like all the doors closed. I don't know what Racer James has in mind as far as which ones he wants to actually have open, half open, and so on. I don't know if he's got a particular plan for that, so we're just going to leave it all closed for now. No alpha channel. Okay. Go back here. So that texture I just saved is right here. Nope. Right here. Cool. So now we'll be able to see that applied to our model here. So we can see that we got a little bit of the way the UV mapping is on it. Yeah, see, this is way overscaled. Holy crap. It's even more so than I thought. This is here where this is the distance we want to have between each rib is this ruler. Yeah, so I know we're way overscaled. But that's why we made this ruler, to kind of give us that clarification. So we're going to have to scrunch that down quite a bit. So all the pink that we're seeing here is basically the wire gets as far as being overlapped on that background. So that gives us some insight as far as how much we'd have to adjust some things, I guess, as far as fill that in is all. That should be pretty uniform across all these. See, our doors turn out pretty nice. Yep, so we got that on that side. That turned out pretty cool. Very nice. Alright, so anyway, now what we want to do... Screwed up your wrist earlier today. Oh, is that what that siren is for? As far as you had to call the wambulance? That's not cool. Yeah, so basically, what we got to do, based on this ruler, we got to get this rib. So starting from this corner, we got to get that rib. Use this ruler. So let's put this right on the edge. Like so. So that rib's gonna come to, oh, here. So we got to scale that down quite a bit, both on the roof and the sides. Way too overscaled. Yep. Okay. Didn't turn out too bad though, as far as on the back side of that. There's a little bit of what the heck's going on with that? So it's kind of shifted over on this one here. I don't know why that is. Interesting. I'll have to check that out. Oh, it's consistent across all of those there. It's kind of shifted on that peak part of it. Got the same thing on this here. Let's see what's going on the back side here. Well, this one here looks nice and lined up. So these look fine. So it might be a matter of needing to flip this end for end. So I flipped it the one way, I guess, as far as to get it not to be backwards, but then I might have to flip it end for end as far as from either the left end or the right end and get it to line up that way. Let's see how that works on these particular ones. Alright, so we'll take a look at that later. Always a little bit of adjustment sometimes with these things. Fell down onto this. What? Got clumsy? What another debate? What another debate? What debate we talking about? Alright, so let's do some rescaling on our UV map here. So let's select the model. I do still have the mapping. Okay, that's cool. Awesome. So we need to open up our editor. We need to update the texture. There we go. And yeah, so we're not going to have a whole lot of room to be able to stretch that out, unfortunately. So what we're going to have to do is scale it via texture, and this is kind of what I was mentioning earlier. So it's going to have to be done via the texture itself, not the UV mapping. No problem, though. Beer in cans or bottles? Oh, absolutely bottles. I don't like that aluminum taste, I guess, as far as with beer in cans. Oh, absolutely bottles. 100% hands down bottles. That's not much of a debate for me. Okay, so we need to scale these bad boy down. Let's go ahead and bring back our layers. Cool. Alright, so our sides are right here. We're going to focus mainly just on the sides here for now. Let's see what we can do here. So in that texture layer, select that. Alright. And let me bring my wire back. I want my wire back. Cans for you? Hey, to each their own. I mean, I think if you get the cans fresh, and I think that's part of the main reason why they do the born on date for a lot of the beers. So as long as it's not more than, like, I don't know, maybe like a week or 2 weeks old in the cans, they're not bad. Anything past that, it gets that aluminum taste in the beer. No, thank you. That's not for me. Bottles, you don't have to worry about that. 16-ounce ultras. Yeah, I think I saw you posted a picture for New Year's. 2 beers for the price of 1. That's not 2 beers. 2 beers would be 24 ounces. 2 beers would be 24 ounces. That's 16 ounces is like that's like 1.5 beers. Barely a 1.5 beers. Yeah. Just saying. Now, if you want to debate, that's there's a debate. That's not 2 beers though, as far as 16. You're definitely getting more than 1, but that's not 2 beers. Okay, so we need to form this. We need to scale this sucker way down. Right, something like so. And I guess we're not losing too much clarity in that. You can still see where the ribs are somewhat. Somewhat. Kind of stinks that we got to lose that much clarity though. Okay, let's do that. We'll probably have to play around with this a little bit. You know what I should do? Yeah, let me do this. Hold on a second. Let me back this up. I'm going to save a copy of this. I'm going to copy. So I have something to refer back to. If I mess that up, just something fierce, I'll have something to refer to. So I'm going to keep a copy of this before I do anything to it. Alright, now I'll go ahead and deform it. You gotta squish this down quite a bit. You getting your pre-game on? Oh, okay. If that's how you want it, that's how you do it, I guess. we all have to do it in different ways, I guess. Okay, so let's deform this. Now I got a copy of that. Okay. Alright, that might be a little better. Cool. So I might need to, based on where the green is there, I need to get that up there. Yeah. Let's get it. That. Okay. Marvelous. Okay, so now we can take this selection. That. I'm gonna have that black in there again, but okay, clean that up. Need to take it off that one edge. That way when I copy that, I don't have to worry about it. It's like, well, why don't you do that? I don't know. Selection. Okay, so that's good. Now we just gotta zoom in here.
You can do it!
I can do it! I'm trying to do it. Alright, so I think what I'm gonna do here, get that out of there, I'm just gonna grab this color and we'll flood fill it. Make sure our tolerance is down low enough. There we go. That'll work better too, as opposed to cloning it. There's obviously more than one way you can go about it. That works too. Sweet. Alright. Man, when you really look at it from this perspective here, it's kind of lose some clarity, I guess, of it, but you gotta get it scaled properly. So I'm just gonna save it this way, just working on the sides, see where we're at scale-wise on our model in Max. Okay, so before I save it, I'm gonna go ahead and turn the wire off. Layers, merge all, flatten. I'll save that. Right over that. That should populate into Max. Like so. Now we'll update this. Okay. And it should update here too. Wait, did that update? On my material editor. I don't know if that updated or not. Should have. There it goes. It just did. Cool. Alright, how close are we now? Holy crap, it's still got it's closer, but it's, so you can see this is where the rib's at. So if I take this ruler, yep, so this is basically where the rib is right here. So we're closer, but not, still gotta come down a little bit. Here's each rib, so we still gotta come down a little bit more. Yes, a little bit more, okay. It's getting there though. Alright, a little bit more. Back to our texture, and back to the layers. Alright, let's squeeze her down a little bit more. Let's bring our wire back. Need to chop this end off. I think at this point, what I'll do, since we got it down enough, I'm just going to take it from this selection. Yeah, I'll do this. I'll do form it from this. Get a bit more, so we'll go down about one rib. Well, that much. All right. Now to fill the rest of that in there, I'm going to take that selection, copy that, and here a little bit. All a matter of getting it scaled properly is all. Selection, put that up to that. So now we'll fill that in. I still have that color in my color swap. My bucket. Yeah. Sweet. Alright. I will save that. Turn the wire off. You don't want the wire on the texture. Layers, merge all, flatten. Save that as a new bitmap. That should. Figured it or not. Didn't update. Reload. There we go. Wait a minute. Why are you updating? Update. Hanging anyway, this wonkiness. Stop it. Yeah, that's not updating. Why didn't it update? Hello? Maybe, yeah, because that's how much I was off. Let's see. Why? Hello? That's how much I was off before. I just made the last adjustment though. Why isn't it? Oh. I want to be like that. Update. That's weird. Can't be the same amount off. I just adjusted it. I turned it down a rib. Try saving it again. Saving in the right spot, I think. I'll save as. Yep. Spot. Try it again. I don't know. What the heck is going on? Why you no reload? Am I going nuts? It seems like it's the same amount. So it was already at this distance when I adjusted it previously. What the heck is going on? Oh well, we'll try to adjust it again. Didn't have to squeeze it down that much. Want a whole rib, I guess, as far as to shrink it down from where it was. It'd be adjusting. Weird. Turn back the layers. Hate when that happens. Where? Alright. So again, I guess. Now, if this is just smaller than what I want it to be, I'm gonna be super pissed. It means for some reason that texture that I've got in there right now, not reloading. Full rib again. Let's stop again. Stop stopping. Yes. Keep playing. Thank you. Right in the middle of that one, actually. Role playing a farmer tonight, so it fits. How does that fit? Role playing a farmer. How does that fit? Guess you lost me a little bit. It fits you, I guess, as far as role playing the farmer. Maybe? Yeah. That I can probably agree with. Alright, let's try that. Copy. Edit. Eyes as new selection. You know what? I'm kind of almost tempted to leave that dark line in there to see. Use it as a confirmation line that it is actually loading proper texture. I think I might do that. I'm gonna leave that in there to confirm. So on this corner, should have this in there. That way I'll know it's loading the proper texture. I just don't think I should have to be stepping it down that much. All right, wire off. Layer merge flatten. File save as heat map. Alright. Now you better load. That time I saw it shift. Why is it not shifting all that much? That's crazy. There's that dark line, so it is loading the right one. Okay. We got confirmation. I left it in there just to kind of give me, so on this corner, it's like in our texture here, that's what we see here. So it is loading the right texture, it's just not shifting as much as I thought it would. Okay. We're trying to get this line right here, the edge of that ruler. Honestly didn't feel like I was going to have to step it down that much, but apparently I need to. Okay. Fair enough. Oh, Yasu came back. Welcome back, Yasu. Oh. Oh, that didn't work. Try again. Alright, so we need to back to our texture. Add back up, bring our wire back. Chop off the end of this. I'm going to leave that line in there, I guess, for now. As I do this, just again for confirmation that it is loading the proper texture. Need to scale it down again. More, so I guess we're gonna have to do much more. I thought time. The way this seems to be working out. So deformation. Let's really crunch this down like that. Okay. Show this thing. Copy that. Selection. Okay. Yeah, we're definitely starting to lose some clarity, I guess, on this thing, but I guess it's kind of still there. You can kind of see the ribs a little bit. Not as much, though. Applying such deformation to that, but I don't know. You're not going to really be able to interact with these. You'll only be able to see them from a distance, so it may not matter all that much. In the grand scheme of things. Alright, so let's go ahead and turn the wire off. I might be able to clean that up, I guess, as far as post-fact, as far as just contrasting and whatever. We'll see. Try some things, I guess, as far as once we get it down to where it needs to be. Okay, so it's wires off. Layers, merge, flatten, files, save as, map. Alright. Alright, that definitely did shift. Cool. So now we got two lines. Darker lines there, so that's confirmation. Getting closer. I've been here, but in game, so this one. Okay, gotcha. What are we playing? You doing Satisfactory? What are we doing here? What are you moving at me for? I need to work on part 3 of the short film. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I did see part 2, yeah. That was interesting. Yeah, it'll probably make more sense, I guess, as far as once they're all like in a sequence there, as far as like what's really going on with it. Yeah, so yeah, I did get a chance to see that. I think I commented on it in the Discord, I think. I don't remember. I know I watched it, maybe I don't remember if I did or not. Yeah, so you almost have to watch each one of them, I guess, as far as in sequence, to really get a sense of what's going on with it. Because otherwise, if you watch just one clip and not the rest, you know, like you got the 2 right now, you kind of lose, you know, what's going on with this. Like, what the heck is this all about? At least for me, it was that way. I don't know. But that's the point. And well, if that's the point, I guess it's doing its job then. But what I mean by you missing the point as far as like what's going on with it, as far as like there's obviously a story behind it. So if you miss the first one and only watch the second one or vice versa, you're kind of losing something. It almost makes you, and I guess if that's the way it's their design, it's like, where are these other clips so I can understand what the hell is going on? And I guess that's doing it. That's the right way to go about it. Yeah, kind of like a puzzle pieces. I think I'm gonna do it one more time as far as to scale it down. We're closer, but still not quite there. All right, so one more time, I think. One more time. Uno. What is one more time? Uno mas. What's time? I forget what time is in Spanish. Okay, let's turn the wire back on. Texture. Alright, we need to chop this off on the end. Ooh, shoot. Got a little carried away there. I got a little carried away. Stay on this side of the green wire. There we go. Alright, let's try that. Select all that. Deformation. Excuse me. That ought to do it. I don't know if that don't do it. I don't know what will. I got some ideas for what I can do to bring some of the clarity back into that later. Hopefully that'll... Maybe. I don't know. Need to fill these lines in here now, though. So now that we can confirm it, that it is loading the texture. Need to fill that in. I still got that color. Cool. That. Alright, that might work. Now, I gotta take... Alright. Copy that. This has a new selection. Take this on down. Alright. Alright, turn the wire off. I don't like how much clarity we're losing out of that. It kind of looks like bigger panels. Like, this is a panel. That's a panel. With the exception of that dark line that's... Yeah, I'll clean that up later, but... I'm leaving it in there for confirmation that it is loading the right texture. It kind of almost makes it look like it's... This is one panel. That's not the way it should be, but... I don't know. Kind of sad that it's losing a lot of the clarity in that in comparison to like over here. I might see if I can clean that up later. Alright, wire off. There's merge all flatten. I'll save this. Okay, that should load on our model. I did shift, but man, we're still off. What the frick is going on? I saw it shift, but still not enough. Let me render this real quick and see what that looks like. Let's put it on the ruler. Go. Okay, let's render this real quick and see what this looks like. Oh. Yowza, gotta turn some resources up. Okay. I might just leave it at that. I think that's probably going to be about as low as I want to go with it. What I don't really like as far as... I might have to clean this up so it doesn't look like it's like... those panels like that. I don't really like how that looks. I might soften those up with just a little bit. See how that works. Yeah. Yeah. I just feel that as much as I'm scrunching that down and deformating it, it's not moving all that much, but I think we're closer. We're much closer than what it was in comparison. So we started off with this amount of spacing between each rib, and we got down to this. I think we'll be alright. Momento. Uno vez más. Orda? Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're helping me out trying to figure out. Uno momento, yeah. Yeah, some of those do ring a bell. Either for the purpose generally, dogs. Wait a minute, what did I miss about the dogs? Which makes a better pet, cat or dogs or what? I'd say, I don't know. Cats can be assholes. And I'm just gonna be blunt. You know, they can be all cuddly and all that stuff, but they can be assholes. Dogs, not as much, because at least they go outside to go poop and pee, as compared to cats. That's just my take, I guess, on two. That's one thing I never understood with cats, as far as like, why are they trained, I guess, as far as to poop and pee inside and don't go outside like dogs do? I don't know. It's food for my thought. No, that's fair. I can be fair. I think that's a fair debate. That's just my take, I guess, as far as the difference between cats and dogs, in my perspective. That's my 2 cents, and whatever that's worth to y'all. I don't mind either one of them. I just feel, you know, it's like I said, as far as how they, okay. I just never understood that whole thing with why are cats trained, I guess, as far as to poop and pee inside and dogs outside, for the most part. What makes them so much more special that's the case, I guess. Alright, so we're in texture. Yeah, I'm not gonna spank it down any further than I am. That's for sure. Let me see if I can clean this up, though. One thing I need to do is do that. Alright, now I'm going to take this. Get out of the flood fill, there we go. I need to turn the wire back on. Chop that off on the end. Oh, that's too far. There we go. Now I'm going to take this. Need to get that black line out of there too. Let's fill that in. Marvelous. Okay, now we're going to take this whole thing. Copy that. Paste that as a new image. Okay. I don't know how I want to do this. Let's try layers, adjustment layer. For balance. Oh, that's not going to do what I want. No. That's not one. Let's see here. Wash. Yeah, alright, let's do this. Turn the tolerance down a little bit. No. Okay, that's something what I was, yeah. I'll take some of the darkness out. There we go. That's something what I wanted. That might work. I can deal with that. That might work. I think I can live with that. Okay, now we'll put this back over here. Don't have to walk a cat. I mean, there's that. I mean, yeah, that's true. They kind of run around and do the zoomy zooms around the house. That's for sure. I think the world could use more reasonable debates. These gave fun debates. Yeah, I 100% agree. Right? See, you don't have to walk my dog. I just let her out in the yard. Spring to summer. Yep. So there's that. So Torch has got a good point. Yeah, again, I don't mind both either. I just think some have their upsides as opposed to, yeah. You got 2 cats and a dog. How do those get along? Do they go at each other, I guess, as far as, or no? How can you not love a fur baby? I mean, you just said it with what you just said there as far as fur. As far as the shedding periods, I guess as far as for those types, you know, either pet. Just hair everywhere, fur everywhere. That's one reason not to. Okay. Alright, so we need to take this one that we newly created here. No, hold on. Where's that? That's this one right here. Man, look at how much clarity we lost, though. Crazy. But, that's what we needed to do, I guess, as far as stuff. Alright, no problem. Copy this. Paste that into here. Alright, that's what we're ended up with there. Okie dokie smoky. Now we gotta take that and apply that to these other areas. So the gable ends. And I think what I'm gonna do, yeah, I think what I am gonna do is just take what's already here out. Yep. I'm gonna do. It's gonna be our new one here. So let's copy that. Oops, not the whole thing. Copy just the selection. Paste that here. Right. I go ahead and overlap that just a little bit so we don't have that pink showing, I guess, as far as those areas. That's only because I've went too far. I cut short of the actual wire. Okay. Actually, whoa, hold on. Gotta stretch this up. So. Go. So I'm not going to change it on this way because I already scaled that. If I change that, then it's going to be different all the way around. I don't want to maintain that uniformity with that, the way I already scaled it. So copy that. Paste this as, put this in a new layer just so I can, where I need to, and I don't step on anything else there. Again, I don't want to change the scaling of that, right? Something like that, and I got this in a separate layer, so I'll be able to chop off what I don't need. There, and I'll be able to combine that. So that's that in. Okay, now we'll take this whole thing. Actually, let's go ahead and combine layer 5. Got these two layers right here. So layers, merge, visible. Rename this back to texture. No, you son of a gun. I gotta undo. I hate when I do that. Now that's all combined. Cool. Now I can take this. All collapse together. Copy that. Oh, I hate when I lose the top end of this texture here and I can't pull it off. Come on. Crap. Oh, you dirty son of a gun. You piece of crap. Get off that top bar. There we go. Thank you. Yeah, it loses top bar up into that. And irritates the hell out of me when it does that. Alright. Anyway. Need to take this out. That's what sometimes happens when you maximize it too much. So paste that. That turned out pretty good there, actually. Cool. Okay, so there's the two gable ends. Now we gotta do... We haven't done the roof yet, so that's what I'll do next is the stuff. Scale that down a tad. Who's the only grumpy guy? When you also hate... I have both dogs and cats and they... Oh, okay. And there's my wife. Oh god. Oh god. Careful. Whoa. I'm out. Cats age by 3 years. Every year, so... Okay. I guess I didn't know that, I guess, about cats. I knew dogs were 7 years. So for every year, they're 7. It's like 7 years. Well, cats are 3? I guess I didn't know that. 35 years with my wife, 6 children, all grown, working, 7 grandchildren, 2 cats, a dog. None of them hate me. I'm doing good. Right. Nice. That's definitely a good thing. All right, so we need to rescale the roof. We'll talk about dogs. Let me copy this. Actually, I'm gonna try and rescale it right in place here. Scrunch her down. So we had to do that quite. We see how much we had to do it on the side, so we'll have to do it much the same, I guess, for the roof. Scrunch her down like so. Try it about halfway there, like that. Yeah. Starters. I'm gonna go ahead and copy that and paste.
Nope.
Nope. What's nope? What's nope? Oh, on the slots? Is that what you meant? Got nope. Yep, that's definitely appropriate, I guess, as far as for that. Alright, how did we do here? We've got a little bit to shave off. Oops, too much. I want to give it a little bit of room, a little bit of padding, I guess, as far as beyond the wireframe. There we go. Sweet. So there's the roof. And then we'll transfer that over here as well. Alright, so copy this. And over there. Yeah. I am gonna have to rescale, so while I still got it selected, I'm gonna deform this one to get it to fit into this one here. So obviously this is the smaller of out of all the buildings in our group here. Okay. I think this will work out. Alright. Give it a little bit of padding on that. That should work out. Cool. There's that roof. Now we got to get the sides and the gables for that one. Oh, let's see here. Nothing else is, hopefully this should clue you in on the fact that, you know, it takes a little bit, I guess, as far as to get the texture for your model. And this is a relatively simple model. So for anything that's a little bit more detailed, you know, as far as that's out front and center, I guess as far as like that, you would spend a little bit more time, I guess, as far as to make it nice and, you know, the clarity in it would be much more found and all that. So Memento. Are we still on that? I guess as far as I'm just catching bits and pieces. I see some of you playing the slots. Nothing yet. So Torch, are you still sitting on 10? That's where you're at. Alright, so actually let me do this first. I need to take this one out. I already know this one's too big. All these are okay. 9, okay. Okay, I'm gonna take this one. I'll copy this and paste as a new section, and then we will got enough room to do this. Shoot, there's 10. Noise. I don't get enough room to do this, so I think this way. Yeah, paste this as a new layer. Go, and then I'm gonna put this in this place, and I'll just cut out what I don't need. And again, I'm just trying to keep that the same uniform scale. The other ones is all. I know I scrunched this one down for the roof, but I feel if I scrunch this down anymore, I'm gonna lose even more clarity with it. So, trying to maintain some of the clarity. All right, now we can sum this out. I'm gonna use my lasso. Yeah, let's do that. A little bit of padding to it. All the way around this here and just cut it out. That should work. Marvelous. That's another way, I guess, to cut it out. Nice. Now we'll be able to take that. Actually, this is all in the one layer, so I think what I'll do, let's do edit paste. Whoop. And we're still in that that other new layer yet. This way. Okay, so this is all in a different layer, so it's not stepping on any of that just yet. I'll merge that once I get this done. So we'll go ahead, we'll try the lasso again. Put this across the bottom. Got too close, hold on. Guess I needed to go a little bit further. Yep, left a little sliver in here, no problem. Clean her up. Ah, shuz a butt. I screwed that up. God dang it. Ah, you dummy. Okay, I guess I can't. Rats. Okay, hold on. Alright, I gotta go this way, I guess then. So I don't want to touch on this. This over here on that gable end is still in the same layer that I'm working in. Gotta stay this way. Okay, we're good. Just have to move that over. Okay, cool. There we go. This should work out there. That's better. Now we gotta cut this off here. Dang it, I left another sliver in there, you son of a gun. Anyway. Even slivers in here, what the heck? Alright, that up. Got boogers in here, as I call them. Leave a little bit of room on that. That'll work good like that too. Don't necessarily have to cut that, just as long as it's covered with the wire model. But whether you do shape it like that, it's not 100% necessary, so we'll leave it like that for now. Now we gotta get the sides. We need to get that from here. Got that. And make it work in here. This one, I think I can get away with, yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, because this here is not in the same layer that I'm working in currently. I'll be able to lap that, no problem. That, and now we can cut out that, that, trim a little bit of the fat off. Marvelous. Okay, cool. Alright, I think we're in good shape there. Now, I gotta combine these layers again. Okay, now we'll take this, layers, merge, visible. Rename this back to texture. Cool. Bring back that. Nope, not that one. So, cool. Now we'll save this. We'll save our progress here. Actually, let's check our work first before I get too crazy. If we need to make more additional changes, then we'll save it when it's final, I guess, at this point. Merge all flatten. File, save as bitmap. Hopefully this is going to do what we need. Reload. Looks like it. Yep, so we got a lot of the pink. We still got some pink in here, I guess, as far as for the roof. Not too big of a deal. Cool. I think we're good, though. Still got some on the edges there. We'll clean that up. What I was trying to do is eliminate that pink, I guess, as far as showing through on that, but I guess I didn't get it all. We'll fix that. So a lot of it on the roof for sure. And that's really just about, let me back this up. Turn our wire back. So like for the roof on these buildings, whoops. We need to extend that out a little bit more so it's not showing the pink, I guess, as far as based on the UV wire map. Okay, so what we'll do, like for this, I'll grab a little bit of this edge. That, paste it, and just scab some more on there. I know I'm pretty jagged there, but again, it doesn't matter. I'm worried about that. The texture that we actually are applying to the model is actually within the confines of our wire. Same thing on the bottom. Yeah, so the fact that we're uneven on those there is just, that's not really that big of a deal. See, we still got a gap there. That's interesting. Hold on. There we go. Okay, and we'll get this in. Torch going at it again. Yep, he's going for 11. He's trying to beat his record. He's currently his current record is 11 in one stream.
Seriously. Seriously.
I am at least winning.
Alright, so mostly that should take care of most of what's going on with the roof. Okay. Guess I got a little bit on the doors here, I noticed here too. Bit of pink showing, I guess, as far as on the edge of the doors, the bigger doors. So we'll fix that.
20% better.
Seriously.
That should be... oh.
Do it now.
That. You know what? Hold on. I guess I don't need to get that critical about that. So we're going to do this. Select this whole door. Just a little bit. Give it a little bit of adding around outside of that just to make sure that it's not going to show that pink there. I guess through that. A little bit of padding all the way around that. I want a little bit more extreme on this here. I can always clean that up if I want to later, but for now that'll work for our purposes. Alrighty then. Cool. Now we'll go ahead and turn the wire off. Layers, merge, button. I'll save this.
Seriously.
Map. Now let's see how we look. Oh yeah, that's the most I'm gonna say. No more pink showing. Got a little bit on this bottom edge here, but not as much. Definitely around the doors. This is looking a lot cleaner. Very good. Oh, down here. What happened down here? What happened down here? That's on this corner for the side. That would be down here. So I might have cut too much up on that. Okay. Let's fix that. He's going for it. Ooh, we got 100 on the skull. Nice. Need to scab on a little bit more on the side here. Let's bring the wire on here real quick. I mean, it's just ever so too short on that. It's only by a little bit. There we go. There's 10. That is 11. Okay, so now you're tied. Now you're tied for your best record. There we go. Cool. Oh shoot! Did do that like I was son of a gun. All right, so we gotta move it in a little bit more. Alright, let's see if that works. We'll try that out, see if that fills that in. Whoa, what are you doing? Alright, so let's do layers. Flatten. File. Dang it, this freaking mouse keeps jumping over. Save as bitmap. Alright, let's see how that looks. There we go. That definitely did update there. Sweet. Alright, so other than the fact that we didn't get the green trim on it, I think that's something else I'll apply here now. As far as it's got some green trim on the corners. I'll see if I can get that applied to it. Kind of make that nice and pretty. So it's got these green, maybe even on the gables. Got that green trim on there. So the way I was thinking of doing that is on the ends here, I'll have to like half it out. So I'll put a green strip on both ends and the sides, and then we'll have to put one on the gables. Alright, so let's see if we can do that next. I guess at this point here, we'll go ahead and save the textures. I think we're pretty close to being final. Let's save this as a layer template. Alright, cool. Now from here, good to go. Alrighty then, that should beat your best record. Are you pooped yet? I'm tending to wonder how many units of fluid did you spend to get to that? That's 10 units of fluids per play. I don't even want to go back and look and count that. Alright, so let's zoom in on this. I'm gonna see if I can get this green. There we go. Get us pretty close. And what we'll do is we'll create some lines. I might even do this as a separate layer. Let's do that. It's like I did the door handle. Let's do a new layer. Yeah. And we'll do this as trim. Okay, so let's do 4. It's not anti-alias, is it? I got it too far over. Me and my steady hands. Let me zoom in a little bit. That's why I don't usually like to show this type of thing on here, because it's like very steady, keep it straight. Kind of miss. Actually, let's do this. Slide it over. Like so. Alright, cool. Now I can take this. I don't know if this is going to be too wide. Find out. I'm doing this all in a separate layer from the texture, other texture, so that way I can have it as a trim layer. There. So in theory, those two will butt up as far as on the gable ends and the sides, and that should put that trim around the sides. All that look. I do gotta hang it down on the bottom there, okay. Go. This side. That down. Torch must be pooped out now. Like that was a lot of cranking on the handle for the slots, right? Alright, paste. Selection. Nice, okay, now I'll take the ones for the cables. Um, 19 24-hour days worth of watching the stream. Oh, is that what it comes out to? It's definitely probably been way more than that. It's got to be more than 19. 24, yeah. So the fact that most streams here end up being about 4 hours, maybe give or take. Yeah, it would definitely be way more extremes than that, that's for sure. Whoop. Okay, copy that. So I should zoom back in on that. Okay. Get too big in here, so I'm almost losing my top in there again. When I do that. Squeeze me. Really need to get that checked. That one felt good. It's just, right. I don't know about the rest of us though. Okay, so I think we got, now we just got to get the cable on that. Yeah, cool. So we'll what? Come on now. Work with me. There we go. Copy. Here. Whoop. Okay. I don't know if these are long enough for them gables or not. Why is that not straight? Notice that's not straight on that end. The heck happened there? Huh. Fix that here real quick. Let's yeah, there's a jagged here. Go back to 1. Don't know how that got jagged like that. Fix that crap though. Oh no. Be good to me. Oh, come on. Seriously? You're being like that. There we go. Jeez, oh Pete. Trying to try my patience. There we go. Net jaggedness up there. Now, I'm gonna grab. I don't know if these are gonna be long enough for that. Let's see. Oops, gotta get in the right layer. I'm gonna name this trim. So I'm gonna trim. Oh, that. Nope, I didn't think it would be. But I can always scab onto the top and bottom of it. Yeah. Scab onto it. Oh, this. There and Now that should give us all of our corners. Both the gable and the sides. Whoop. There. Alright, now I'll just trim off the bottom of this here a little bit. Gotta clean it up. Cool. Now we should have our trim edges. Sounded relieving? Yeah, as far as Evan's last say. Hey, how we doing there, little TJ? What's going on? We're doing some texturing for our model. Bangs and stuff. Yeah, we're doing some texturing on our model here. So yeah. We got this. This is what we've been texturing as far as our storage facilities for our track build. Let's clean it up. So I put some trim on it on the corner. So this is our real picture that we're going by. I'm putting this trim on the corners. I might put that on the gables here too, on the peaks. We'll do that too, as far as to put it on this part here. I don't think we need this ruler anymore. I'm kind of using it right now, I guess, as far as just to be able to pivot. Having something to select its local pivot there. But yeah, if we render this real quick, we can see how that looks. Oop. Stepping on stream there a little bit, trying to render that. There you go. It'll probably look a lot better once we get it into the track. In fact, let me change. Let me do the render setup. I think I only got that at. I do. Let's put this at 800 by 600. Yep, and this right here is just the ruler that we're using to scale up the ribs on it is all. Cool. Whoosh, it turned out pretty good. Oh, once we get the trim on it, it'll even look even better. Okay. Alrighty, so that we call the trim. Let's go layers, merge all, flatten. That was without the trim that I just rendered. So we need to save this as a map. On the bottom here. Yes, please. Now we're gonna see. So there's our trim. Wait, did I miss the gable on this one? Got the side. Wait, did I miss the gable? No, it's on there. A little bit wider on the sides. That's what I was wondering how that was going to turn out. Okay. So on one side it's wider than the other. Definitely on the gable here it's not wide enough, so I'll have to widen that up just a tad more. Really wide on this side for some reason. A little sliver there. What the heck? Interesting. Yeah, super skinny on both the gables there, so I gotta make that a little bit wider, I guess. Okay. Yeah, it's super wide right there for some reason. That's this end. Interesting. Okay, let's back that up. Yeah, it's super wide on this end for some darn why. Oh. Alright, so we'll probably need that's alright, let me redo that on this end. I don't know if I brought it in too far. Let's recopy this end. Try something here real quick. Anyways. Holy crap, we're already over 4 hours. Definitely want to be able to get this into the game yet. Time flies when you're having fun. UV mapping problems. You know a little bit about that? Definitely could be. Alright, so first off, I'm going to just adjust that corner real quick. So for some reason on this corner, it's super wide on this side here. I'm going to see if I can fix that first. We'll go side on. Look at how wide that is in comparison to the back here. That's the same thickness of line, so no reason why it's going to be doing that. So I'm going to fix that there initially here to see what we got here. Alright, let's layers, merge all flatten. File save as. Alright, let's see what we get this way. Okay, it did shift it, that's good. Good. I think we just need to make that one a little bit wider, I guess. That's the look I was going for right there, that amount of thickness there, yep. Okay. Let's see what we can do to the other end of that. Let's back that up. But I think what I'll do, I'm gonna kind of hurry this up here a little bit so we can get this piled down and we can get the new model into LaCrosse. And then I definitely want to be able to show off Texas as far as with the new mod. I got the new paint scheme for the 22 mod. Maybe show you all that too. Yeah, we'll kind of get this wrapped up here a little bit. I didn't realize it was that late. Holy crap. Appreciate y'all everybody's patience though, that's for sure. Alright, so in the trim, I need to move this over. Oh, okay. I think I know what I'm gonna do. This, squeeze me. Let's do that. Scab on a little bit more to it. No, okay. Let's do that. Layers, merge, all flatten. Save as, beat the map. See how that looks. Oh yeah, that looks good. I like that. Nice uniformity on both of those. Now let's check the front end. Cable end here. You want to put some little bit more thickness, I guess. Let's go front side here. A little bit more thickness to that, and then put some on the peak there. That's gonna be, let's put our wire back on here real quick. So that's mostly gonna be this one here. So I'm gonna focus this on the front for now. Here. First thing, I want to make this a little bit wider. That, no, that's still not one. So I can see that green line, I guess, as far as that is the, it's still going to be a little too thin there. Okay, no problem. A little bit more. Like that. I'm not worried about up here, only where the wire is there. Up here, above the peak, it doesn't matter. That's not part of the what's mapped. Same thing over here. Okay, and then we'll put some on the peak here. this here, we're gonna have to do. Oh, rats! Can I do that with this one? Might be a little bit tougher. I gotta. There we go. That's what I was hoping to be able to do. All the contour of that. This. And again, if I overshoot it on the edge there past the wire, that's not gonna matter. Something like that. Maybe copy that. Just do some friction. Yeah, the other way. Wait a minute. There it is. Oh crap, hold on. Oh. And it's not bad, a little bit this way. Oh, easy. Easy. Oh, rotate it. Heck, gummit. It keeps moving it. Not moving it, just rotate it. And butt. Go. Squeeze. Like it. Not too chubby. I can always clean that up, I guess. Okay, let's check and see what this looks like. Turn the wire off. I know it looks sloppy there. I'll be able to clean that up later, but the idea. Layers, merge all flatten. I'll save as heat map. See how it looks. Oh, baby. Oh, that looks so nice. Yeah, so I kind of missed there a little bit, so I got a little bit of a bit to make on that. Get the idea, though. Clean up those corners. Yep, so I got a little goofy on for that. Let's zoom in a little bit. See if I can just move it up. Yeah, I'm still gonna have to get it. Oh, wrong way, you dummy. Wait, so we're ready then. Get a little better. And I'll be to make it a harder line because I know it kind of anti-aliased that as I rotated that. Probably clean that up to make it a little bit not quite so soft a line there later on. There, let's do layers, merge all flat. Oh, come on. I'll save that. Get the map. Alright, let's see how that works. Marvelous. So we haven't had to do anything to the UV mapping, I guess, as far as to this yet. The only thing that we've done is just to the texture itself. Alright, so we didn't do anything to the model. I guess we have to adjust any of the UV mapping. Didn't really see it necessary. So the only thing I didn't miss was on the back side there. But you kind of all get the idea as far as how this will look with that trim on there. That looks fabulous. For a relatively low poly model, it's going to look really good. Okay, so the only thing that's really updated to this model here for this 3DO for LaCrosse is the texture. That's it. So I know it was a lot that was done, I guess, as far as to get to this point, but all that's really been done is just with the texture. It's all texture work. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to back this up, and we're going to save this as our layer template because that's a good start on the trim. I'll clean that up later. Let's save this as a layer template. SD. You can continue that work. Later on. Where's my PSD? Cool. Now, I've got my texture as a bitmap, so I'll make a new MIP based on that. So we'll go into our handy dandy WinMIP 2. We'll navigate where that's at. In here, cross, ability, 3DS. Top is still off. Oh, you're talking about the trim or the, yeah, I think I already fixed that. I might have missed the chat. I think I already fixed it. There will be plenty of adjustments to be made to this texture for sure. So we don't have any transparency or alpha channel, whatever, to this just yet. So I'm just going to go MIP. Don't need to change anything for now. Save that as, and I'll put it right in the same folder for now. Let it do its thing. Cool. Close that out. You're bopping? What are you bopping to? Or is this the jams? Alright, so we're going to take this new MIP that we just created, actually cut that out of here, and put that with our 3DO. And again, like I said, we didn't make any changes to the model as far as the UV mapping or anything. The only thing that we've done the majority of the stream is just the texture to it. I know it was a lot to go over there, but I think we got a lot accomplished there actually. So the only thing I need to do for the LaCrosse build is bring this new texture over. So I'm going to do that. Okay, this is Torch's folder. Where's James's folder? Right here. Nope. Not here. Nope, that's not it either. What the heck? Work with me just a second. What? Did I not open James's folder? I guess I didn't. Alright, I guess I gotta open James's folder then. We already looked at all the Texas stuff. We'll be able to show everything with the new shadows and all that stuff in there. I'm gonna show that off, I guess, as far as in the sim here in just a second. I'm gonna get things set up here. Let's go back. Desktop, I need to go to James's folder for LaCrosse build. There we go. And we want to put into our track edit folder for that this new texture. Yes, I want to overwrite that. So no, we haven't changed any placement, nothing else with the track other than just that texture for that storage facility. Alright, well, I don't know if I did I get this open here? I did. So we're going to reload the track with this new texture applied, and we'll see what it looks like here in Sandbox, at least anyway. No changes to the track other than that. But the only way you can get a new texture to show on a model is just to close the track and reload it into Sandbox as compared to a geometric texture. Yeah, and it's all royalty free on YouTube. Technoax. Alright, so our new texture is applied to our model. Let's take a look at it in the camera. Oh wow, that looks pretty cool. So the tree line's not in here yet on this version. I think James had already mentioned he's got the tree line in there. That gives you a sense of how that's going to look on the backstretch through the tree line. That's going to look fantastic. So I wanted to pay particular attention to the trim on the gable on the front here, because you're going to see that more than you will the backside from the track. I think that looks freaking fantastic so far. It's going to look even cooler, I guess, as far as once we add the transparency to it and have some of them half open and open. Because James was on the idea that some of the race teams might be using these storage facilities for the events at the track. So that's part of the reason why, too, you wanted these created. Yeah, these turned out pretty good. Got a little pink, I guess, showing on the still on the bottom of that, so I'll do a little bit more cleanup on the texture. But for the most part, pretty good. I'm liking it. So we're gonna take a look and see how this looks in the game. So this is just in sandbox. Alright. So far I think we're in good shape. Alrighty then. How does that door handle look on there? I want to look at that a little bit closer in sandbox here. Oh yeah, you can definitely tell there's a handle there. Sweet. Nice. Oh yeah, that turned out good. I'm happy with it. Alright, so we're gonna... Alright, let's get this new texture over to LaCrosse. I already got all the things that are needed for Texas into the game track directory for that. I did that all pre-stream just to kind of save some time. So that busy work is already done. But what I do need to do is put this... let me do that here real quick off screen. Okay, so James folder. Gotta move that texture over though. Check out both things, and then I'm gonna need to take a short little bio break. I guess as far as before we get into the track, I haven't. It's been over 4 hours, and I haven't taken a leak yet. So we're gonna need that. Give me a second. James cross. That over. I got both these tracks already in the. We have been showcasing them on the stream, kind of simultaneously, tandem even. Alright, so paste that in there. Sweet. Alright, everything is moved over. Alright, so what I'm going to do is switch this over to the game. I'm going to load the game up. Second. Marvelous. Okay, let's move this over. Alright, so I'm going to keep it here on the load screen, I guess, for the game. And we're going to check that out just in a minute. Give me a minute. I can take a quick little bio break. I suggest anybody else that hasn't done that already do the same. And we'll be back in just a minute. So I'll have the intro fighters going. Feel free, I guess, as far as to spam anything in chat to activate the intro fighters in the BRB screen. So yeah, we'll be right back. Don't go nowhere. I'm going to do some racing. Hey, hey, testing 1 2. I don't know why that's not interesting. Oh, that doesn't cue the mic back on. Anywho, back. I didn't mean to cut into, I guess, as far as the intro fighters or that. I just noticed the tweet I tried to send out as far as the live stream. It didn't go out till just now. I don't know what's up with that. So for anybody that, I guess the Discord deal, I guess, as far as did shout out, but I guess as far as okay, just a fair mention. Okay, we're gonna check some things out. Sim here. Sweet. I'm on 13 now. I thought I heard another win in there. Unlucky 13 though. I don't know, maybe. Oh, he already beat it with 12. He beat it with 12. So he tied it with 11, beat it with 12. Now he's that much more. So now you got a brand new record. Smokes. I don't know if I'd want to be on that one. I'd win another one. This is not to be on 13. Not superstitious or anything, but saying. Okay then. So what I am gonna do, I'm gonna cut out the background music just for now. Yeah, let's cut that out just for now so we can get all the sounds in the sim itself. Okay. Alright. Right. Yeah, he was booping. Nice. And nice. Alright, so first thing we're gonna check out is Access here with the new mod, as far as with the 22. I did finally get the menu updated. To conform, I guess, as far as with the way I got all my other menus. That way, one's not bigger than the other, and so on. But we are going to be testing it with the brand new NCS 22 mod by Full Circle Racing Designs. Highly recommend it too, I guess, as far as that. Now that I've been able to paint my own car, and I can kind of give you, let's give you a look at it. So here's the new car. It's pretty much done. I noticed there's a couple of different tweaks that I want to make to it. For the most part, this is the new Spline Designs ride, I guess, as far as for the 22 mod. I was kind of debating whether or not I wanted to actually color the rims. I think for the most part, I'm just going to leave them the way they are. I think it kind of goes better, because I have in the past ran chromish type rims, I guess, as far as with the scheme. But yeah, now they got the template for it, been able to create the scheme for it, so that's what I'm going to be testing the tracks out with. Not superstitious? Well, that's on you. If it was me, I would definitely want to go for one more. One of the things that I thought was kind of neat, kind of pin out on here, to get some green on the back, as far as the rear end, I guess, of the car, is to actually color the Camaro that is embossed, I guess, on the car, even in actuality. Takes up a lot of real estate on the back side. And I played around, I guess, as far as with getting some green type of stripes or whatever in the back there, and that Camaro just kept getting in the way. And I figures, you know what, since it's all that badging is on the back there already, I'll just make the freaking Camaro green. So just to get some green showing up on the back side, so all the way around it's got the white is obviously primary with the red, green, and blue. Look at it across the roof and stuff. Just little finer details. It took me, once I got the template figured out, I guess, for it, based on the original GIMP one that's been shared on Stunod, had to convert that over to Photoshop as far as a PSD. That took a little bit of time. But once I got that all done, it's probably a better part of 6 hours into the thing, as far as to get it to where it's at on top of the dealing with the template. It looks pretty good. I think it turned out pretty good, so hopefully I'll like it. In the Xfinity, I haven't watched any of the NASCAR races actually there, little TJ. So anything that's been going on, to include even, I guess, the Clash, and they had the duels. I haven't watched any of it. I've heard highlights, that's about it. I'm sure I'll probably hear that highlight at some point. Okay, so there's the car. Let's go test this thing out. I'm going to go into testing mode for Texas. So this is with everything else that we showed already in Sandbox, as far as with the new shadows. All that. And that's mainly, I guess, as far as the only thing that's brand new for the track is the shadows that I was showing earlier, on top of some of the updates to the textures, like to the hotel and stuff outside of turn 2. Just load it up. Alright, so let's go around the track, I guess, here in testing mode. Always gotta burn out. I'll probably end up watching 500, yeah, for sure. Just to see what it's like there. I just don't, kind of, yeah, so there's the Lone Star, a new hotel with the shading. My thought behind it was, as far as like the way these clashes, you know, these special events, the non-points ones, they're not going to give you a true gauge, I guess, as far as what the cars can actually do or can't do. So I think the points races are going to really tell the tale, I guess, as far as how well these new cars are actually going to be. So it's not that I don't care to watch those races, it's just I think it's going to be more, since these cars are brand new, you know, these new next gens, to watch an actual points race is going to really be a way to tell how these cars are going to be, how well they're going to perform. Those non-points races, they do, you know, probably some stranger things to it, I guess, as far as to make them race different. Because they're non-points races, so. So just in testing mode here, you can see I'm well over 140 frames. We still got that funky helicopter way he's flying. So it's amongst the many little tweaks that still need to be done to the track. Just to kind of give you an idea. You know, so what I'm noticing here, that we don't have any shadows. What's up with shadows? Did I not get that all over? I could have swore I got that all over. I see it on the inside. Let me go back around here. I know it's on the inside, so that should be the latest PTF. Let's see here.
3.996.
I'm not. Oh, that's the light map too. Hold on. Yeah, this all here. There's shadowing in here for the light poles and stuff like that. That's all light map. Do I have those turned off? I think I do in my graphics set. I'll have to get that back on. So we should have shading on the back side of this wall. Yep, so there's shadowing there. So I know that in itself, or whatever, I know this is the latest PTF because we got all the shadowing in there. But this shadowing that's not showing on the track, I probably got that setting turned off. Just that. Make sure that's on. Yep, so we got all the shadowing here. So the thing that's going to be different with the way this shadowing is done, it's not going to cast onto the vehicle in comparison to a light map. So that's kind of really the only flaw, I guess, as far as when it comes to doing shadows this way. It's not going to cast onto the car. As far as the look of it, overall look of it, it's still pretty good to be able to model it the way you want it to be, I guess, as far as in comparison to applying it as a light map through the geometric lines. So yeah, let me check the settings on my here. Let's see, options, graphics. Yeah, so this one from structures. This is still all in testing. But at this point, we'll be able to see how this actually reacts with shadows from structures, I guess, with full field of cars. Yeah, now we got the shadows on the... And... as I was saying here, you have the option in probably saw that, I guess, as far as, let me get out of here real quick. So if you look in here, you got the options on cars from structures. I don't know how many people do that on. Mostly I keep that off. So as far as just something to think about as far as when you're designing shadows, I guess, in the fashion that Torch has done it. If you want that to actually cast onto the cars, turn this on and to run it with this way, it's not going to do that with the modeled shadow. Only the light maps will do. And I'll turn that on cars from structures. So again, we're still all just in testing. Alright, so if we go here, these shadows, for example, aren't going to cast because these are all modeled. That should be showing on the car. Now if I go down to the turn here where you got the light pole shadows, cast onto the car. Casting. Oh, I wish I could cheat. See, this should be casting on there. Let me check. Check my settings. From other cars into cockpit. Those are light maps, aren't they not? I think we did confirm that, right, Torch? The 1-2 area. Or are those modeled too? You gotta run. I'll be back in about half an hour. Oh, we'll probably be off by then. Okay, Torch. That late already? I guess it is 10 o'clock. He usually has to go. I know I did run a little bit late there, so I think that's what Torch meant. I don't remember if those are modeled. I think we did. You did point that out. I guess as far as the shadows that are onto the track for the light poles, those should be light maps. This is all modeled right here. I do know that. That won't cast regardless. But when I'm not getting it, if these are light maps right here, they should be casting onto the car. And I don't know. Not. Yeah, these here should definitely be casting onto the car. We're on the track and check it out. None of these are casting. This here should be casting on the car. Why is that not cast? Here, okay. Oh, me. Oh, what's... Yeah, time flies, definitely. Yeah, that's what I'm checking out here. I usually keep that off, only because shadows can reduce your frames quite a bit. Dang, why is that not casting? And all the more reason, I guess, as far as just something to consider, but for the most part, light maps apply the setting in here as far as from structures. That's how that will work. Now if it's a modeled shadow like what Torch has got, and this one here, that's not gonna do that. It's modeled as opposed to being a light map. Geometric shadow. Right on high. This is all, I'm doing this all in testing because I think it's probably gonna, lack of a better way to put it, it's gonna yell at me as birds if I try to have all these shadows on during. I don't understand why that's not for sure. That's what Torch had mentioned. These are light maps, and that should be casting. It's not doing that. I'll have to take a look at that and further, I guess, as far to see what's going on there. These should be light maps over here, and they should be casting onto the car. I guess if nothing else, if that's the way he's got those designed, it might be create more consistency with the model pieces as far as that are on the infield. Still looks cool nonetheless. I'll go ahead and probably turn those back up before we test it in other cars, but see, these here won't do this anyway because this all here is modeled. So to maintain some consistency between the way those are reacting on the track and 1 and 2, It's conform with the way these respond too. Look of it is pretty cool. Alright, so this is all in testing, so I'm going to turn a lot of these shadows off so we can actually race this thing. Out of here. And we'll go back into options. I'm going to turn all this back off. This is usually how I run most of the time as far as during an actual race, because like I said, the more you load in, the lesser frames you're going to get. So the only one I like that is very particular to me as far as to have it from the cars. I see a lot of guys that race, no matter if it's the default tracks or not, or the modded tracks like this one is, they tend to turn all the shadows off, and this just looks silly. It just makes the car look like it's floating, as opposed to being connected with the track. It just looks silly. My take on it. But anyway, let's go into an actual race, and we'll check and see how the track responds with their cars. Gotta get out of testing, go into single race. Oh, I'm gonna go to Texas here. But we'll get into LaCrosse here in a moment. Something else we want to check out with our new texture applied to our storage. That track has got very less to it, I guess, as far as in Texas is. So we need this one. Up here. Alright. We ended up with 39 opponents. Should be 40. Back here for a second. Guys are not 4. Oh, okay, this one's only got that. Oh, I got a 42 cars in total. There we go. We're using the NCS 22. The cars that come with the mod itself, as far as when you download it from Stanod, that's all I've got in here. Nothing special. Right? Oh, you gotta get things. Yeah, that's understandable, Evan. Appreciate you sticking around here. We're just at the point of just testing things out that we've done. The Texas is really gonna be. I haven't been able to show that off since last week, so I wanted to really get this one looked at. I want to take a closer look at the lines. We did look at it in Sandbox as far as on pit road to see how those work, so we'll do that during practice here.
Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! Hit the pace car! What for?
Don't forget, anyways. Right on. What should I don't forget about? The short track probably no. It's got 43 stalls at the LaCrosse. That's what James has done.
Clear to the wall. They're all clear. All clear. Go hard.
LaCrosse has got 43 stalls at it. Oh, go around me, dude. Hey, get around me. Go, go, go. So there are some fictional cars, obviously, in this thing, because obviously Gordon doesn't run anymore.
There you go. Go hard.
Just trying to get around here. I'm just going to go around the apron so we get back to the entrance to pit road. Easy. Alright, so let's check out these lines. We're going to get down on this view. Ooh, look at that guy coming back in. Zoomy zoom. Alright, so some of these lines, as we
45.
pointed out previously, they were kind of overlapping or short. So let's see how they look. Yeah, these look. Yep, good so far. Yep, liking it. A little overlap on that road there, I guess, as far as with the. Yeah, so nice. And nice. Yep. I'm just seeing a little bit of overlap with this road over the paint line, but that's not really not serious. Nothing serious. So you can see the scoring pylon doesn't have anything populated on it yet until we get to race. All in practice mode. Practice happy hour. Cool. Yeah, so really nice. Turned out good. Got those nice and cleaned up. Back to the... Oh. Alright, let's go ahead and go to race. I'm going to start from the back, and part of the reason, for anybody who knows, I like to start from the back because that really puts it makes the graphics work. I guess as far as to really benchmark it, I guess as far as to push it, I guess as far as to load all the cars that are ahead of us. So that's part of the reason why I don't qual. I can start from the back, so it forces the game to have to really push the graphics, I guess, as far as to see what kind of frame rates we're going to get from the back, as opposed to up in front, which there's not going to be as much to render because all the cars are behind us. Alrighty then. Here we go, starting from the back.
Drivers, start your
And just like I've always mentioned, it's normal, I guess, for the cars to blink like that. That's just the way the game kind of populates them in there. And these cars look great with that diffuser on that. Oh, Fred Jones is even running. So that was the car I was previously running prior to painting our own car. Now he's actually running by himself in the field, opposed to us driving the car. Oh, don't forget. Okay, that's I got you. I kind of missed the joke there. The fact that you hit the pace car. So the fact that I'm starting from the back is kind of harder to hit the pace car. So maybe the leader.
It was
there.
at this moment that he knew. He f***ed up.
Right? And I probably will here pretty well here on this first lap here. You have to, the way the AI is designed on this thing here, Torch and I have done a lot of conversation about it, but the way the turn is designed in 1 and 2, it's almost like reality where they will slow up. They have to slow up quite a bit on that end of the track in 1 and 2 on Texas. The fact that the AI here, because of the domino effect, the leaders are slowing down to get that corner on the initial start here. It bottlenecks all the way back, and it makes it the cars in the back end or whatever to slow up a lot more than they should. And there's really no other way to balance that. You just have to know that that's what's going to happen and compensate for it. Even though you have the ability to just send it, I guess, through the dog leg, you don't want to do that in these first couple of laps. Give them a lot of room. So we're checking out the frames. So we're like mid to low 60 frames back here. But at this point here, we got at least the modeled shadows that are in there. I turned off, as you all saw, the light maps as far as the shadows from structures. This is the result that we're getting so far. I'm giving them lots of room just to kind of give you an idea of what kind of frames you're going to get from running in the back here with the settings that I got. The further you get back, obviously the frame rates go up there. You get closer to the field, they obviously will go down because it's to render in those cars.
31.31.
Yep, see those slow up for this corner. I am really babying it, and again, I'm just giving everybody, I guess, as far as a good feel for what kind of frames you get for running in the back here, as well as into the field. All right, now let's send it a little bit. Yep. Well, we'll slow up here, and that's just because of that bottleneck or that domino effect as far as from the front to the back, going through 1 and 2. As long as you compensate for that you know that they're going to do that, then they race actually pretty racy.
One outside at your door. 29.
But the fact that you can cut those left wheels onto the grass because of the way that section of the track is designed, has that asphalt grip level there, so it's not going to be a detriment to you guys as far as you get those left sides onto the visual grass, as we've been accustomed to in some tracks.
Outside.
Screaming through the dog leg here. Yeah, so it's, like I said, as long as you give AI, you know, a good lap or 2 or 3, starting out here, and they'll collect themselves up there, and it makes them a little bit better, I guess, as far as for the dog leg.
Clear.
And it's almost like it is in reality as far as how much they have to slow down in that part of the track. They're not wrecking yet. That's always a good thing too.
29.75.
Yep, just give them room.
One outside.
Going through the dog leg there. If you do that,
Still there.
it's a good time. The track race is great.
Clear.
It's so smooth. It's like butter. Ooh, watch that apron. Hey, we're catching up to Fred. Oh, Robin's racing there.
10 to go. Next time. 10 to go. Next time. 5 seconds. 29.
Oh, Fred. Oh, sorry, Fred.
One outside at your door. Inside. Still up there. Still up there. Clear.
Gonna push Fred up the track there. Didn't mean to.
Inside.
This guy's he's really pushing me here. He's racing me.
At your door.
Okay, come on. Come on, Cletus.
Clear. 30.
He tried.
8.
He was peeking.
5.
Yeah, this setup that I got on this car too is it's only good really for about 3 or 4 laps, and the tires just go to crap. But I do need to tweak on the setup a little bit on my car, so I really have to slow down quite a bit in turns 1 and 2, I guess, as far as after those 3 or 4 laps.
29.2. 9. 8.
It really gives you a sense of how much less banking that there is on 1 and 2 in comparison to 3 and 4.
Stay high. Clear. One inside.
Fred's coming back after me. He's like, I want my spot back. Go for it, Fred.
Clear.
Oh, Fred.
At your door.
Oh, Fred, what are you doing? See, he's trying to rough me up there. He's like, you try to get into me? Guess what there, pal?
Clear.
He's trying to rough me up now.
One inside. Clear.
I don't blame you, Fred. I didn't mean to do it. I'm sorry. Tried to rattle my cage a little bit. Now we're dragging bottom on the 3 and 4. If I'm missing some of Chad, I'm sorry. I'm just really focused on this race.
7. 5.
Oh my god, these tires are so angry right now. I'm gonna ride this thing out though. We got probably 2 laps. Get there yet?
5 to go.
5 to go. Okay, riding it out.
6. 2.
Oh man, these tires are so angry right now. I got the leaders catching up to me though. They're only about 8 seconds behind. It's even now that the field is pretty spread out. As far as my position, as far as running back, I got the leaders closing in on me from behind. We're averaging about 100 frames, give or take 100 frames.
8. 5. 9.
Pretty doggone decent, actually.
Tailor's out.
Oh,
Gonna be out.
that was the AI. Oh, right in the dog leg too.
It runs close. It runs close.
Caution.
Caution's
Yeah,
out.
this will probably up. Oh, right in the
Point
either
four.
in the dog leg grass.
1. 8.
Well, unfortunately, this will probably finish under caution.
83 curb.
That's a bummer. That was all AI related. It had nothing to do with that. So we'll have to take a look at the replay. What lap are we on? Are on. Oh, gotta go around the pace car. Yep, leaders will go catch that. 2 to go. Alright, so it was about lap 14 that happened.
My main pit road will be open this time.
Okay. Check that in the replay.
Second time by.
We ain't pitting. What are you talking about?
38.
It's gonna end up finishing under caution, unfortunately, with only 2 laps to go. Where's the field at? So they're behind me. Wow, they got way ahead of me then.
Slow down, Junior.
Okay, there they are. Whoa, horsey.
Stay behind.
Good job, Fred. You got it around. Fred did a good job. He came back around. I'm sorry I got into him.
Go at the line. 37.
Alright, so now we're back in field ahead of us there. We can see it drops. Frames are going to drop, and that's natural. We were running, you know, right around 100 frames as far as where we were running, as far as what the field spread out. Now that we're back caught up with the field, we're back to like, we're up 70s here now. And keeping in mind, I did turn off that setting for the shadows, the light maps as far as the light poles on 1 and 2. That probably changed a little bit, but we also have model of the shadowing that's on the infield poles, the light poles on the turn 3-4 side. There are still modeled pieces of shadows, I guess, as far as that are still loaded, running as we run here, so just a fair mention. Yeah, so we'll be getting the checkers here. This is a fictional car, I think, here. I'm thinking that was a Gordon car, but I guess it's a number 17. I don't know if that is a fictional. Yeah. Ensith running in the 17. Obviously, he doesn't run anymore in Cup. Hasn't since, hasn't for a few years now. Let's see a fictional. Yeah. Get a look at the LODs, I guess, as far as on these models. Is that car ahead of me wanders away? You can see it just barely just flex a little bit. We're done. It's just ever so subtle. The amount of optimization that they've got in this.
Get to do a little bit better next time. We need to be a better race team overall.
The amount of.
You know what I mean?
Alright, Junior's done. So the amount of optimization that they've got in this mod, see that little bit of flex right there? See it flex? It's very, very subtle. Get closer, back up, you can see it just ever so slightly just flex a little. That's levels of detail as I was talking about earlier. Definitely these cars, depending on how close you are to it, is going to show a certain amount of detail, how close you are. So that's just a little bit of a taste of what I was talking about earlier during this, as far as whether or not you would apply levels of detail, levels of display to a model to reduce how much detail is in the model from further distances, opposed to up close. So I really do like. I can appreciate. Look at that little bit of scrape he's got on the side there too. Great mod though. All right, we're gonna I'm gonna run this one more time. I guess as far as not a full race, but just to put those shadows back on, get a sense of what kind of frames we get that way. So we've seen what it's like not having those shadows from the structures. I'm gonna turn that back on. We'll see what we get that way. And we'll get in.
45.
And we'll get into
cross. 25 under second gear.
See how those. Where are you going, Fred? Come on now. My spot.
Right into the left.
I can do it. Oh, we just did it. Hey, Torch, you back? That was quick. Mackerel, I thought for sure we were going to be off by then. I guess I kind of spread it out a little bit there. I did a little bit of a race in there, so hopefully, yeah, it's a good thing you did. Said about a half an hour, but hey, welcome back. We just ran a race, and I was just showing the differences as far as with the light maps. The fact that I'm not seeing the actual, so just to kind of catch you up. mustard. I turned on all the shadows from structures. They weren't actually casting onto the car, as far as in 1 and 2. And I think we had already pointed that out, and this is before I had to leave, that those are light maps as far as shadows. That's a geometric shadow, not as a model shadow. But the fact that it's not casting onto the car, I'm not 100% sure why. That's the only thing that I noticed. Let's see. What I want to do, I do want to turn this back on so we can have those shadows from the light poles in turns 1 and 2 and such. And see what kind of frame rates we get in a field of cars. What do you mean you went over the limit? Elaborate on that. What do you mean by over the limit? So what I'm going to do is turn those back on so we can have those populated back in. We're going to run another quick little race here. I'm not going to run the whole gamut. Just to kind of get a sense of what frame rates are at. So, done. Gotta let that play through. Get the horns out. If you're a follower on the channel, get the horns out. Torch played that. Oh, you went over the limit driving. Oh, yeah, don't be speeding. So you had to hurry up back, is what you're saying. Yeah, we're gonna be careful out there. Chase Elliott won too. That's not unlikely either. Got Kyle Larson finished behind him. Boys, that's pretty stellar top 3 there. Alright, there we go. Alright, let's go ahead and start this one back up there now that I got the settings changed for to get the shadows from structures. I'm gonna go right to race once I same thing and do it really quick here just to see what kind of frames we get. Goes on. The only thing that I noticed, so like I said there, Torch, I'm not noticing it casting onto the car, even though I do have it set to do that. I don't know what's up with that.
Drivers, start your engine!
Okay, we do get a little bit less frames. So we were like mid to low 60s. Now we're like mid to low 40s. So you lose a little bit of frames, I guess, as far as having no shadows. And that's another reason why I don't tend to run that. That's definitely a difference. So we're averaging about 15 to 20 frames loss as far as what those shadows on. The light maps ones, sure. The modeled ones, that's actually just to kind of further elaborate, I guess, as far as the use of creating modeled shadows as opposed to light maps that are over here. So we didn't have these in the last race. I wanted to get a sense of starting from the back. Well, we're pretty close to almost 20 frames that it is reduced almost. Starting from the back, much the same as we did the previous race without these shadows on. Does tend to level out a little bit. Cars get spread out. We're on the front stretch, obviously. So back here, we're probably about 10 frames less. And it's probably going to be a lot lesser, I guess, as far as going through the front stretch, because a lot more going on there. That's the rest of the track.
Alright, man. I'll call the
You got the grandstands with the three people in the stands and all that.
Go get them. Alright, man. Pace cars in.
Let's see what happens here on this third.
Grind.
Oh man, I was in second. My bad. Caught me sleeping there. Yep, so we're averaging about 10 frames less for all. So only on initial start when you initially spawn in on pit road, it's about 20, but once it gets spread out here, like we are currently here, it tends to be about 10 frames that you lose with those shadows on. Oh, yep, they tend to slow up here. We're gonna give them that room. It's first couple laps.
5, 4, 1 inside, up top 3 wide.
Oh, we're 3 wide.
Door,
Look at Fred go.
stay high,
Go Fred. Fred there up in an 83, man. He's
stay
making
low,
a name for himself.
side. Still there. Clear.
Yeah, Bill Elliott. That's obviously another fictional. And actually, Elliott, I'm trying to get it. It's in the 96 there.
2, 8,
Nope, it's Houston. Andy Houston, I think that's what it is. Man, that's an old. I've heard that driver in a while. 96 car. Anywho, you get a little bit of sense as far as what you get frames with the having the shadows on. Still not terrible, but I always tend to give myself a little bit more room as far as to not. But if you want to run the shadows, you can totally run it.
30.9,
Totally run it.
7,
And again, using brand new mod, the 22 mod, right here in the back. We're running solidly now, I guess, as far as low 70s to mid 60s, depending on how far we get back. Anyway, that'll give you a sense of how that's running.
pit road speed 45. Eagle man number 2500 second gear.
Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna fix that helicopter. That helicopter. Look at him flying sideways. That's funny. Super fun. Anyway, that gives you a little bit of sense of how the track runs with shadows as a not. Now to close things up here, I'm gonna run a little bit of LaCrosse. So our storage facility looks that way. And we're running 5.5 hours. We did that last week too. That time flies, I'm telling you, when you're having fun. Hope we're all having fun. Have you all had fun? If you're not having fun, then we're doing something wrong. Okay, so let's load this up with Cross. And we'll check that out. Go. So we got full field of cars here as well. I know little TJ was mentioning this as far as probably doesn't have enough pits. Enough in the pits. I beg to differ. This is a full field of cars. And alrighty then. I still don't have a very good setup on this here. So bear in mind, I still haven't done much to setup on here, so it's actually still quite garbage. But I'm going to run some practice here. The other cars are populated in.
Pit road speed 45. Eagle man number 5000 second gear. Clear to the wall. They're all clear. All clear. Go hard. There you go. Go hard.
Alright, and we got our sheds there and outside there. So there's going to be a train line there on the back stretch. You can definitely see those. Oh, yep. Like I said, this setup is still not. Oh, hold on. Bye, little goodbye. That's Fred. On you, Fred. This is the front stretch here. Good exit.
36.
Oh my god, this setup.
2, 3.
Yep, so you can definitely see those. Pretty good.
1 inside.
Oh, they got some
Still
texture
there.
on them.
Clear.
Get off the wall, dude. Anyway. Yeah, you really get an idea as far as how bad this setup is. I probably won't race it, but we'll watch the AI, I guess, go around there. We'll check out some of that action, I guess, first with the AI going around. Alrighty then, go ahead and put the race. So we already showed last week as far as how the way the pace car functions, as far as to pace the entire field before it actually parks in this position. What we didn't see is as far as being able to see a caution, as far as how that'll come out of its parking spot, I guess, as far as and be able to catch the field. All that has been fixed, I guess, as far as within the last couple of streams. Alright, so we'll go race. Started at least anyway, and we'll go ahead. Oops. And we'll retire. Just to catch out. We'll check some of the AI car going around. Once the field gets going, I'll just retire. Retire. We'll go back So live. And let's put on the pace car. We can watch the pace. So he'll stay out, not come immediately down pit road. So he'll actually pace the field where he comes into park, as it was. Differently than it was. Field just behind him. Comes into this pit. And we go back to leader. So plenty of room, I guess, as far as for them to take the. Right. Now there might be some adjustment as far as the starter decisions, but other than that, 22 got off the pace there a little bit. Yep, you can those sheds there. Let's check out the spectator. Back. Let's check it out from cockpit. Riding with Kyle Larson. Looks like he's down the backstretch, so you can see a shot just like we can as far as our own view. Ooh, he got passed. Who's that? 89. 89. Who's that? Oh. Fictional. Back on Larson. That's a fictional car, so I don't know how he's rated, but... Oh, wow. So there's pit lane 2, pit lane 1. Yeah, so some of the cameras still need to be adjusted. TV2, obviously it's got some clipping. Kind of get a sense of all these different views look. How did our buildings look, I guess, as far as from that TV? Yeah, there we go. That was the one I was thinking right there. Yeah, look at, even from the pit lane view or whatever, those look pretty so nice. Not really good. So for as much time as we did put into them, I think they turned out pretty good. They still got a little bit of cleanup on the texture. Very minimal. I got some on that roof edge as far as the soffit. To do that and then finish up the trim. I think it turned out pretty good. Now, like Racer James was mentioning, as far as you wanted to have some of those on that face the track to be half open, we'll be able to apply, now that we've got it this far, now we'll require, I guess, to do some modification to the model to apply texture in Max to be able to have an alpha channel and be able to have that to work that way. But what will also require to be able to put an inside to it, so it's not hollow. So that'll be some additional. So way I would probably go about it, I'm sure Racer James probably feels the same way. Whichever buildings that are decided, I guess, to have the doors open are the ones that'll have the inside. The other ones will remain without an inside because you're not going to see that. So that's something to take into consideration when you're building something like that. So if it's going to be, and the fact that they're not going to be accessible at all, they're not interactable, the only thing they're there for is just to show that their presence over there. So as far as the ability to, I guess, to interact with those is not going to be existent. But I think that's pretty good of a wrap, I guess, as far as what that we've shown. We're all caught up, I guess, as far as what's going on with Texas, and obviously now with Cross. So hopefully that you all enjoyed, I guess, as far as what we have to show here. I guess as far as for both tracks that are now going to get one closer to completion, this one just getting started. Really anxious to see what Racer James has got done beyond what we've got here currently. I know there's billboards and things like that he's already got applied. Tree line, I think he already mentioned, is on the backstretch and wherever else they tend to be. So there's a lot of that we don't have here currently, I guess, as far as that is going on with the LaCrosse build. I was hoping maybe a caution would come out. You can still see the pace car over here. It's still parked. I could probably invoke caution if I think I've got that command in here. I don't remember what hotkey did. Used to have a little cheat sheet, I guess, as far as when I raced online for that. So if I still have that in there, I don't know. But yeah, you can invoke a caution flag, I guess, as far as during single player, I guess, as far as stuff. bring one out manually, opposed to. That's probably what I would end up having to do, I guess, as far as to get caution to come out, because these guys, smooth racers. Holy crap, this car's just out of here. Different own zip code there. Leader, which is a fictional. How many laps is this? Let's put 15 to 20. Yeah, we can ride this out, why not? Y'all don't mind. Let's put it on a different view. But yeah, you can see the gap between the leader and Kyle Larson. Kyle Larson just trying his butt off to catch him. Different view, just as far as to see the storage facilities, sheds, I guess. Back stretch. Got Chase Elliott behind him. And this guy's just gone. Yeah, see, now it's starting to bug me now that little bit of pink that's on the bottom edge of that roof for the those storage sheds. Now that I know it's there, I'm gonna go ahead and fix that. Post that. I'm gonna fix that post stream. Words. Pretty racy though. Man, look at this. This guy's just pulling away. Gown. Let's check out the rear of the field. Haven't seen anybody else pass just yet. 27 right here. These cars. Oh. Right here, these guys are going at it. They're duking it back and forth. '27 says, "See ya." Now you got these two cars trying to close in on, and the race is done. Laps go by pretty quick on this one. Obviously, a short track. This one's kind of along the same lines, a little bit bigger. Richmond, I think we said. It's bigger than Martinsville, but not quite as big, you know, lengthwise as Richmond. Right in between Martinsville and maybe even Bristol. Obviously, with a lot. Oh God, the. Oh, Fred, what'd you do? What happened, Fred? Fred he missed his line there. Oh. Come on, Fred. Oh, Fred. Oh, he said, oh, that. He must have called it toe. So, I don't know if there may be some things, and that's something I've talked with Richard James about, I guess, as far as there might be some issues, I guess, as far as with having the two different pit LPs. The pit lane 1, for anybody that's aware, that's only being used, primary use for it is the pace car, not the AI. By default, for the most part, the AI, as long as you don't define a lot of pit lane 1 to have the speed and all that stuff as far as in that, what the AI will tend to use is the primary pit lane 0. So in theory here, at least, as all of this is in theory, as long as pit lane 0 is designed for them to only read that instead of pit lane 1, the only thing that's going to be read is in pit lane 1 is the pace car function. So all the pace car lines are in pit lane 1 section of the INI as opposed to. So that's just to kind of give you a little bit of insight of what we got going on with the track here so far. What does need to get tested for sure is cautions function, as far as if that pace car does come out and cars are able to pit based on that caution if need be, and not run into walls like we went there. Okay, folks. Again, I had lots of fun. I hope you all did. I know Torch, you got a new record. You got to run again? No problem. We're going to be ending here anyway. So let me turn. I think this time around, what I am going to do. Let me see. Turn that down a little bit. I think what I am going to do. Let me see. Let me look here real quick and see if I got a potential raid target. Again, I do very much appreciate everybody sticking around, I guess, as far as for Spline Design Studios Saturday. A lot to go over with, and we made a ton of progress. Between the two builds. Okay. Here, let me switch this back over. Oh. Wrong button. There we go. Get ourselves switched back over here. Good deal. So I got a little bit of cleanup here on my end. As far as on the texture for that, we got busy on this thing, that's for sure. And I think it turned out pretty damn good. As it was loaded up in the game there. On the sim. Running pretty good so far. On both counts. Okay. Got running here. Oh, he's running a subathon. Nice. Alright, so if I do find a... so for anybody does have to giddy up and go, that's totally understandable. I do appreciate you sticking around, but if you want to join me on this raid, get those very valuable channel points and units of fluid for joining in on the raid. Gonna go be back in. Okay, so disregard. Okay, so you don't have to go. Alright, cool. So you can join us on the raid if you're good. Yasso, Torch, who else is in here? We had Alchemy was in here. I know Evan got off. He's got to get his thing started up there. Feel free to check those folks out, I guess, as far as to join the stream here today as well. Evan will probably be doing, I think he mentioned some Stardew. I think that's what he mentioned. He's gonna play Farmer, I guess, as far as Stardew. Feel free to go. He's not on yet, though. He's still getting stuff ready. Not on yet. I think I know where we'll go. Yeah, he's playing some currently playing some Satisfactory, so if I want to see some little bit of Satisfactory, I know I do. I've been trying to get into that one too. I did get that a while ago, and that was way before the latest update 5. So, and yeah, I think that's where we'll go. That's where we're gonna go. I know where we're gonna go. So hopefully you will come along, and it's totally understandable if you're unable to. But I think we're gonna go show Crew some love. Yeah. Currently playing some Satisfactory. Taking a little bit of break, I guess, from Farm Sim stuff. Nice. Cool. Let me switch this over to the raid scene. For the most part, it was, yeah, we had some pretty good chats. Appreciate the chats. And by that I mean the talk about the cats and the dogs, what's the better beer, what's the better soda, all that jazz. Good stuff. I appreciated the alright. Let me get this queued up. Raids don't like me here, so they've been going pretty good for the most part, so that's a good thing. But always that one time though that can potentially screw up. Hello. Just wonking out here just a second. Roll credits. I appreciate it. So we didn't really have much in the way of new followers or anything like that, but plenty of people we haven't talked to in a while, and again, I appreciate the talks, whatever. You all have a fantastic rest of the weekend, wherever you happen to be. We'll be streaming probably no less than Trucking Tuesday. No special events, I guess, going on there just of yet. So if you want to check that out, I guess, as far as for Trucking Tuesday, feel free to tune in, 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Also a little bit of breakfast on Wednesdays. Kind of coming to the closing, I guess, as far as the Winterfest on Wreckfest. So if you want to check that out, I know I had a little bit of a rough spell, I guess, as far as this past Wednesday. It's gotten really super duper challenging, I guess, in Wreckfest there in the tournament aspect there. I had to do some career mode. So this is One other great thing I guess about Wreckfest, you don't have just the one way to play it. So if you want to catch any of that, feel free to check it out on Wednesdays, 5 p.m. and then of course on Saturdays with Spline Design Studios Saturday. Alright, so it's... Hey. Still not working? Hold on. Bear with me, folks. Okay. I think it is queued up. Ready to go. Feel free to spam whatever emotes you got. If you're subbed to the channel, feel free to use those. If you're not, just use whatever emotes you can. Just enjoy a little bit of Satisfactory with your crew. We'll see y'all again real soon. Hopefully. Bye for now. Well, Torch is gonna do some Wreckfest. Nice. On with that. I'm gonna get me some food. Grubs. I need some. Later, guys. Later, folks.